All right, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January the 13th. Happy New Year to everyone. I am pleased to welcome the Airport Advisory Board for a joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners today. We have quite a robust amount of information to get through in the next 2 hours. Since I think all of you in the audience know everyone here in the room, we're going to forego introductions, and thank you everyone for being here today. We will hear 3 presentations. One will be about airport emissions program, the runway modernization update, and then we're going to review the concept and programming report, which is sort of the first deliverable on design for this generational modernization of the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. The way that I'd like us to conduct this today in collaboration with Jackie Francis, Chair of the Airport Advisory Board, and based on input from staff, we are going to have staff present each topic. So they'll run through the airport emissions program, and then we'll go through questions. I'll poll my board for their questions. I'll turn it over to Jackie to poll her board for questions. And that way we'll be able to move through all of this information hopefully efficiently. So if you find you have questions during the presentation, please jot them down and you'll have your opportunity to address them at the end. Let me see if Jackie has any welcoming comments for the group as well.
Well, welcome and thanks everybody for being here. We're going to get through a lot today, so we got to move pretty fast. So when you do have questions or comments, make sure you keep those pretty succinct so that we can get through everything today. Thanks so much.
And I want to thank all the volunteers on our airport advisory board for all of your diligence and hard work. So thank you. And I will turn it over to our Deputy County Manager, Ryan Mahoney.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. And thanks for being here. This is an important milestone for us in the progress of modernizing our airport. I thought I'd just take a couple minutes to introduce a few of the folks that will be presenting today. So on the air quality side, our first presentation, that will be representatives from Mead and Hunt. And we have Celeste Vandy Venter helping to present, as well as Brad Rolfe. Then we have, we also have Kurt Dahl, who's on staff that is here for support. Second, we have Heath Hildebrand. He's going to be online. He's from Kimley Horn, talking about the runway design side of things. And then we have Tony Martinez from ZGF, who is going to help us with the page turn. And I just wanted to make a quick thank you to Meg Haynes for her continued support throughout this, and she's going to help us with a bit of the presentation during Tony's presentation. So with that, I think we can turn it over and get started with our friends from Mead and Hunt.
Welcome. Thank you.
Sounds great. So today we'll be covering the air quality program team, a high-level background of the program, and then we'll go into more detail of the specific program elements, which include modeling, measurements, and the emission reduction action plan. And as Kelly mentioned previously, we'll take questions at the end. Our team is comprised of aviation industry specialists, including sustainability, resilience, emission reduction, and airport planners. Of note, two of our subconsultants for this program include Robbie Gross and Roger Wason, two PhDs who are leading the monitoring and modeling elements of the program. You can go to the next slide. The program is informed by the Common Ground recommendation, which I'm sure many of you were part of that visioning process years ago. The Common Ground recommendation is to reduce greenhouse gas and other pollutant emissions by at least 30% from the baseline in 2019 and 2020. So what has been done to date? Greenhouse gas inventories and air pollutants are not new to the Aspen Airport. Since 2006, the airport has been inventorying its emissions, typically in 3-year increments. The 2023 inventory is in its final stages of development. In addition, in 2008 and in 2015, there were criteria pollutant modeling programs executed. It's important to note that the results of both of these modeling sessions were under the threshold. In addition to the airport-specific efforts, there have been county and state measurements, which have participated in measuring local pollutants as well. So looking at the specific program timeline for the air quality project, in August 2023, the RFP was initially issued, and planning and contracting kicked off in spring of 2024. During this initial planning and scoping process, our team worked closely with the airport board to determine which levels of monitoring and measuring made the most sense for this program at the time. In fall of 2024, the level of monitoring was officially selected, and following that, in the winter and spring of 2025, phase 2 kicked off, which is the main chunk of this program. Following the kickoff, our team began ordering and testing the monitoring equipment and verifying the monitoring locations near and on the airport property. We then submitted 7460 to the FAA, which took a bit longer than initially expected due to the government shutdown. Just recently, the air quality monitors were delivered and are now on site at the airport with final setup planned for early next week. We'll then be taking measurements for 365 days while also working on the emission reduction action plan. Following the period of measurements, our team will put together a final report that analyzes trends in the data collected over the 365-day period and make recommendations based on the data from the collection period. Here is the breakdown of the tasks within the air quality program and their budget. It's important to note that a significant portion is allocated to the measuring and modeling elements. Of note, the medium range for measuring and monitoring was selected by the airport board back in 2024, and that's what you can see here. And now I will hand it over to Brad.
Yeah, thanks. So continuing kind of with general reductions, this slide has a lot of words, should be in the board packet, so we're not going to read them all, but just an overview of modeling versus monitoring. This was a lot of discussion that happened during that scoping phase that Celeste mentioned. Kind of key distinctions: modeling allows for full emissions inventory, the total amount of emissions generated by an activity, by an event, by a source. It also allows us to do dispersion modeling, which is then taking that total emissions from that source and looking at what a concentration of a pollutant is at any location as defined in the model. We also, of key note, are using tools and then models that are approved for use by the FAA and EPA for airport sources. So that's an important consistency in using those, and these models have been vetted and developed with those programs in mind. And the last thing I'll note about modeling is just the opportunity for flexibility. It allows us to look both in the rearview mirror of past events, look at current events, but importantly allows us to look at future events. So I'll highlight again the opportunity for forecasting what emissions will be and the ability to kind of pre-run different emission initiatives to see what their effectiveness may be from a cost basis analysis. Monitoring, on the other hand, is really provides a measurement of a specific pollutant in time and place. So as we'll talk about at the actual program, where we have monitors that are being located as we speak, they will look and measure pollutants at that site at that time. So it will not be measuring the total emissions from a source, but it will be looking at what the conditions are at that specific area. It does capture all sources, so regardless of whether that pollutant came from an aircraft, a car, or any other emission polluter, that the monitor will pick that up at that location and do that. Important note, the monitors do not speciate. They cannot necessarily differentiate a nitrous oxide from one source or another, but that's, as we'll look at the placement of monitors, we'll hope to be able to divine some of that information. Next slide. So taking that step back to first talk about emission modeling, we have this couple of things that we'll be looking at, both for baseline, so more or less current conditions or very recent past, and then future. So we're going to be doing emissions inventories, looking at the total emissions from the airport for both greenhouse gases and criteria pollutants for both existing and future. We'll also be doing dispersion analysis for both of those time frames. So importantly, looking today, and then with the forecast of operational activity, and then that'll allow, again, for that scenario-based analysis I mentioned. I'll also note that we're going to be doing a baseline year evaluation for roadway emissions, particularly Highway 82, and looking at traffic and the emissions associated with the highway to have a gauge of what we expect the emissions to be generated from that as we look at measurements to see how they compare with the measured values in those locations. Next slide. So looking at greenhouse gas emissions inventory, our methodology remains consistent. We're using the Airport Cooperative Research Program, which is from the National Academies of Science, developed that protocol, and it also has been reviewed with the AAB. And we're looking at all emissions that are associated with the airport. In our parlance, we look at scopes. Scope 1, which is that directly attributed to the airport. Scope 2, the folks operating at the airport. And then Scope 3, again, public and other associated uses that are generated from there. So we're in the process right now of working through that inventory and finalizing that data. As noted by Celeste, the inventory is conducted about every 3 years so that we have a good track record of understanding what changes have occurred at the airport to date, and we'll continue that trend. Next slide. So this slide is really focused on the modeling side. The red box looks at generally our study area. And then what we have, some of those points are just representative of some of the areas that we can do dispersion analysis. So look at specific pollutant concentrations that could be occurring in that area. But our objective will be to capture through the model the majority of emissions and climatic conditions in that area, so that as we investigate different initiatives, to be able to understand what effect that would have within those general boundaries. Kind of note, up in the upper right-hand corner is a very small graph of a windrows, and just generally shows prevailing winds here in the valley, which everyone's very familiar with, but either coming from the north or south-southwest. And just as we conduct our modeling, that will be an important input to, again, understand what we expect the emissions to do once generated. Next slide. So again, modeling, we're going to be doing the same years of greenhouse gas analysis to provide some consistency within that data. The pollutants that we'll be looking at are the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. NAAQS is our parlance, and we've got another slide that lists those here in a moment. But those specifically are regulated by the EPA, as well as have state standards for health effects. And then really the focus of our inventory is looking at ways to reduce total emissions, so greenhouse gas as well as other pollutants generated from activities associated with aviation. I'll note again, the modeling allows us to look at, again, the future of the effectiveness of different measures that are going to be considered over the lifespan of the study. Next slide. All right, so jumping into the monitoring. So here's kind of just the list of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, so ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, et cetera. One of the things I'll note in a moment is kind of ozone is not directly measured, so that's something that we do look at ozone as a pollutant, but we'll discuss how we go about that. And part of that is looking at other pollutants, so volatile organic compounds, VOCs. We do love our acronyms. That is one of the precursors to ozone. So we will be looking at VOCs. There has been a fair amount of discussion locally as well as nationally about ultrafine particulate matter. We will be monitoring and modeling for particulate matter 10 microns and smaller and 2.5 microns and smaller. The of note is smaller, but it really is based, at this time, doing those that are based on the health standards. And then we just have the kind of catch-all of other pollutants there. Next slide. So specifically, pollutants to be measured, again listed here, so they should look very familiar. The VOCs, volatile organic compounds, again as a precursor to ozone, is listed there. Something we'll be looking at, as well as lead and some of the speciated versions of lead that are in the environment. So those are the pollutants that we're going to be measuring directly. Again, ozone, we will not be measuring at the site as that is formed in the atmosphere, combination of those pollutants and sunshine through chemical reactions. The timeline, again, we will be measuring for 1 year, and we're just getting ready to start that year. An important note is that we're also going to be, that's going to include a period of runway closure so that there will not be aircraft activity at the airport. And so we'll be interested to see what the various measurements look like with and without aircraft operating during those times. Total of 11 monitors, which we'll look at in a minute. So let's go to the next slide. So the monitoring stations. We have two types of stations that are being incorporated in this study. One we refer to as the reference stations. Somebody mentioned the shed. We call it a building sometimes. It's kind of looks like a freezer in my opinion. So we have two of those located on each ends of the runway, and the objective being to capture in the greatest fidelity emissions from departure, both departure thrust, initial rollout, as well as takeoff and landings as they approach and depart your runway ends. So we have two of those structures that have just been placed, and then we're also looking at screening locations, additional 9 that are not as sophisticated. You can see kind of a picture there of just smaller units that capture data and log it locally there and are solar powered. A question that came up earlier as to if it was possible to use solar power for reference stations. It's not really practical for the sense that both, as you can see, the heating and conditioning of that space, as well as the running of the equipment is very sensitive. And so being a 24-hour operation, continuous monitoring, and being a temporary location, we've elected to have that be powered through traditional line power. Whereas the screening stations are solar powered and more independently operated there. Next slide. So this summarizes the monitoring station locations, which are, again, being installed here over the coming week. We've got some that are located, again, beyond the runway ends, beyond the reference stations. We have intentionally looked at monitors along the runway, as we have the reference monitors at the ends, but to make sure we capture mid-airfield, both on the east and west sides, and then also have included monitors across Highway 82 to understand what emissions may be over at the ABC and North 40, and attributed to those that may be aviation generated, highway generated, and by using all of this data, just understand what the environment looks like in these areas. Also note the 11th monitor is being located downtown adjacent to another station, and there's two objectives. One is to capture additional data for our purposes, but also we'll be able to compare it to that, just to, again, a point of validation and statistical consistency between those efforts. Next slide. And back to you.
All right, and as mentioned previously, the final task of this program is the Emission Reduction Action Plan, which we are kicking off now, and that will be looking at all scopes of emissions at the airports, and we'll be making recommendations on ways that the airport can reduce emissions in an effort to reach net zero. And of note, emission reductions will also contribute to pollutant reduction, a bit more indirectly, but those are all aspects that are being considered in the development of this action plan.
Okay. When you ask your question, please make sure your red light is on your microphone and you have a microphone in front of you, and then I'll go around to the BoCC. Ryan, you have a point of order.
Just a point of order, yes,
Okay.
yes, please. I just wanted to have you keep in mind, as far as probably not this presentation, but the next two presentations, that for the AAB members in particular, but also the BoCC, you will get a chance at your AAB meeting on Thursday, and then the BoCC will have a resolution, an informal resolution in front of you as it relates to the terminal project, to dig in on more questions or to catch up on the materials that have been provided. So if you don't get to your question today, just because we have limited time, know that there is another opportunity for you.
Great, thank you, Ryan. All right, I'll go to Greg, please.
Yeah, maybe for the pilots in the room, I always hear about the midfield, the wind blowing from, maybe it's due west right across midfield, which is a hazard for pilots. Is that either a northerly or a southerly wind, and is that being accounted for, and is that a significant enough thing that you'd want to put a meter that could measure that? Thank you.
Yeah, so we are going to be blessed with abundance of data in that regard. Both the airport has a weather monitoring station for which we will continue to collect that data, both for particularly the modeling portions, but the reference stations, the more robust that are located on each runway end, they also have anemometers that will be continuously recording wind speed and direction throughout the entire monitoring time.
So the direction of the wind, if it's a skewed wind from a different direction, it's still going to be a significant result.
Yes, we will need to correlate exactly the measurements with that wind direction to be able to understand where pollutants as they're being emitted may be drifting towards.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? All right, I have a question. Let's see if I understood this correctly. You will be modeling ultrafine particles but not measuring them? And how does that work?
We're
If I
going to be
understood that correctly.
modeling and measuring particulate matter of PM 10 microns and smaller and 2.5 microns and smaller. We are not doing individual measurements or modeling of finer than that, of ultrafines. And that really was a decision based on the objective to stay with health-based standards and be able to look at what those concentrations are in relationship to both federal and state guidelines.
Okay, so anything that was listed on the other category, you're acknowledging they exist, but they're not part of the emissions programs?
Some directly and indirectly. So the volatile organic compounds makes up a wide class of pollutants. We are measuring for specific volatile organic compounds as they relate to, again, the formation of ozone. But as it relates to particulate matter, those ultrafines are a part of the particulate matter that we're looking at, although they're not being speciated out themselves. Maybe you want
and I just wanted to add one piece with the particulate matter. So we have standards for PM10 and PM2.5. We don't for PM.1, which is the ultrafine particles. And that was a discussion point within the group, and I've actually with the staff about whether or not gathering data would help or hurt. And I think the consensus amongst I'll say the agreement among the group and my staff both were that that's really for now. If we get to the point where we understand there's going to be a standard, then we're going to come back to the board and actually recommend that we put funding towards doing some measuring of those. So it's really a for now until we get a standard. And part of what my staff is doing right now is trying to understand whether we're going to end up with a standard. Obviously, with the current federal administration, I would be lying to you if I thought that was going to show up within a year.
Sure.
But we're also asking the state health department, because it does fall upon them as well, and quizzing them. I did hear from an instructor in an air quality seminar that I was taking before Christmas. She made some comments about the EPA and the ultrafine particle standard, and they're looking at it. That's what she said, and I haven't had a chance to unpack that with her. But because I am curious if there's been much more discussion than we're aware of, so I am trying to at least follow up to understand that piece too.
Okay, and then I just want to understand, how is environmental health and public health coordinating at all on kind of advising in the action plan or anything like that?
So I sit in with the advisory group when we're working with this, and then the plan is for us to continue to work with both Meade and Hunt and the airport as we move forward with the monitoring. And the city of Aspen as well, their environmental health manager, they've changed environmental health managers in the last year, but they had been previously attending, and we'll invite them as well.
Okay, and is there any coordination with public health?
Well, environmental health is part of public health,
Right,
so yeah.
okay. Got it. I was thinking a little bit differently, but, all right, I will go on to someone else, so we have time for other questions, and I'll turn it over, I think, to Jackie for your board.
Okay, I just had, is this on? I mean, Kelly, is
Yep,
this-
you're on.
Okay,
Yep.
it's on. I just had sort of a comment for the board and the AAB, is that during the visioning process, we actually came to this goal of 30% reduction by 2030 back in 2019, 2020. And we actually haven't, I mean, that's kind of unrealistic right now, so we're gonna have to maybe revisit like what this goal looks like now that we're getting these systems in place for monitoring, along with the airport closing for the year. It's going to not be as like straightforward. And this is, I have been involved in the emissions team and all this kind of stuff for these last few years, and I just think that we're gonna have to have a conversation about how do we actually create a goal that's more just sensical going forward.
Do you want to see if you're bored?
Howie.
Well, you sort of stole my question.
Good, I made it succinct.
There's an abundance of data that you're gathering, but at the end you talked about an action plan. Give us an example of an action plan, either that you participated in and what's been the outcome of it. And is our goal of 30% reduction a doable action plan objective? I mean, we can gather all this data, but we spend time in the weeds, but we want to know, do we have the capability to do that? And give us some examples if you've been working with other airports
Great.
where you've been able to accomplish this.
Thanks, Howie.
So our team is working with Jackson Hole on a net zero roadmap with the goal of reaching net zero by 2050, which aligns with an FAA industry goal as well. We're also supporting a lot of other airports with sustainability management plans that focus on reduction efforts. Since a lot of the milestones are further out, I can't say 100% these recommendations worked, and Aspen's unique. So the recommendations that we make for Aspen will be tailored to this community. So it's hard to do a plug and play necessarily. But for example, some of the things we've been talking about is some of the efforts that we can align with the terminal modernization plan. We met with Tony and his team last week and with Joe about ways that we can align goals to figure out how to leverage the terminal modernization program and align that with our action plan recommendations as well to hit those emission reduction targets in a timely manner.
Yeah, I'll add that there's near term, the terminal is one of the best opportunities, and that is will continue to be discussed, and with the airport staff leading us to collaborate on those efforts. There's other areas like the AOC, which is a relatively new building, but looking at as improvements are made to that of maybe more electrification, less reliance on fossil fuels. And then the piece that is the more challenging one, and this kind of comes down to expectations, is working with stakeholders. And so whether it be the fixed base operator or with the airlines, of looking continuously for ways to reduce how they are burning emissions and it can be more efficient in their operations. It is a challenging place because of a lot of the federal preemption in those areas. But that said, we've had lots of examples of where we've been able to show measurable improvements. And so whether it be through reduction in use of auxiliary power units for the heating and cooling of aircraft, which is a continual topic here in the community of how that is done, both for commercial aircraft as well as private aviation. Looking at improvements to the rental car makeup and return and vehicles entering, exiting the airport, of making that as efficient as possible, reducing any idle. And so really going through each and every source of emissions that we are capturing in our model and being able to determine. And the work that we have ahead is determining, again, I've mentioned that cost basis, so seeing which actions can be taken maybe more quickly and have a either immediate or reasonable return on investment, maybe a low threshold, and those that are maybe aspirational, that if circumstances change from a capital program standpoint or otherwise can be maybe moved forward in those. I'll reiterate again our shared enthusiasm with the commercial passenger terminal, that represents a just fantastic opportunity, and the work that team has shared with us already about some of the objectives really gives me some optimism for being able to actually move the needle.
Jackie. Okay, let's real quick because we're actually out of time for this. But go ahead, Ann, if you can be super quick, and then Laura.
Sure. So as I understand it, monitoring is what's going on in real time. Modeling is what can happen in the future. How detailed can you get using these models, taking into account differences in transportation modes, number of planes, number of flights, types of planes? So that question, how detailed do you get with the input? And secondly, your emission reduction action plan, do you test that? Will you be testing that against the various scenarios you come up with the modeling? And last, sorry, I want to be succinct. I assume you're not going to solve our Highway 82 emissions problems, so why are you monitoring that?
I'll take the first and the last, and I'll give you the middle.
Thanks.
So starting with the last, we cannot, we're not directly impacting Highway 82. Our objective in modeling is understanding the contributions to the air quality within our study area, and so to be able to have an understanding of which emissions might be aviation related versus highway related versus other source related. So as we have both our models and our measurements that we can compare and understand kind of those sources and provide the community and the county with opportunities just to what you can measure, you can also affect. So that's the benefit there. Back to kind of the first question, the models have great specificity. One of the things that we're always looking to do is the best data in results in the best results. But you are embarking upon a detailed modeling effort. That dispersion modeling we mentioned does give us the opportunity to look at detailed pollutants at a point location, so that if we as individuals are standing at an intersection at a property boundary, we will be looking at what the expected concentration of these pollutants would be at that location. And then again, with the future modeling, if we're able to make reductions through these measures, then we can say what would be the change of those pollutants at that location.
And in regard to utilizing the forecasting and modeling in the emission reduction action plan, we will be looking at that in developing the plan as well. We usually include a bunch of different forecasting options that also include reduction strategies, so we can look at how different strategies can inform the efficiency of emission reduction plans.
One more minute. Yeah. We're really out of time on this, so I'll say, Laura, nothing redundant, please.
So this is in regard to your comment about the 30 by 2030 target and that being established in 2019, 2020. And I'm wondering if this is the baseline for that or if there is a comparison that dates back to 2020.
My assumption is there is something we can go back to. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine's a really quick question, piggybacking on Ann's question. Measure during the shoulder season, during the spring closure, to figure out what the highway contribution is to the airport pollutants. How are you going to adjust for the fact that really that's a snippet in time that's not really the full traffic impact? I mean, anecdotally, I'm not a science guy, but it would seem to me that if you really want to know what the highway contribution was, you'd want to know what it was during full operations, either it was full summer or full winter. So how will you adjust for that?
So, and that is correct. Our mission is not to understand entirely surface transportation emissions. Ours is really the airport. We want to be cognizant of that major transportation corridor. So we are going to be measuring the entire 365 days a year, and we will know all the aircraft operations that occur during that time, and we'll also be having traffic data during that time. So it's not a often occurrence that you have a closure in an airport, so that we just mentioned it because we're kind of excited to have a period of where there won't be any aircraft emissions. But generally, we will be looking at the conditions on any given day of what the traffic volumes are, what the aircraft volumes are, and the measurements that are collected. And having that through an entire year of the shoulder season, traffic patterns are variable both on the aircraft. There's great seasonality, but also on the surface transportation. So that's our reasoning for doing an entire calendar year from start to finish, is to understand what those seasonal variations are. And the placement of monitors is also, as we look at what a monitor might capture if there's wind blowing in a certain direction, that it might not be influenced by the highway, whereas monitors say if it's blowing to the east, would capture both as we get on the other side of the highway.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. As I understand, AAB will have more opportunity to discuss this on Thursday. Thank you all for your excellent questions, and the BoCC will get future updates on the program. I'm looking at Ryan for affirmation. The BoCC will be getting future updates on this program, but there's no action item.
That's correct.
For the BoCC. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the runway modernization update. And please introduce the team and any action items that will come forward to us.
Yeah, so Heath Hildebrand should be online here, ready to
start with finance.
Thank you, Mead and Hunt.
Oh, is finance first?
Yeah.
Thank you. So Liz is on her way up, our finance director, to talk about finances.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I'm Joe Christie. I'm the executive program manager for Jacobson Daniels on this project. So I just wanted to kind of briefly introduce our team and the things we're going to highlight today. This is the current airport modernization program schedule. We've shared this with you before. We're tracking. We're on track to meet this schedule at this time. Just quick. We'll be going through some high-level financial updates, Liz and Diane here. Then we're going to be moving on to the runway updates. We'll be showing a little bit of what the AAB has already seen to give the BoCC a preview of what they've already seen. We will be adding a few new pieces to the runway and airfield design now that the 15% design is complete. And on that runway project, we are in the procurement for our construction manager at risk at this time. We have evaluated the initial statements of qualifications, and we're about ready to shortlist 3 firms for full pricing for the runway program, and we're going to follow suit with the terminal project here very shortly, starting in February. So that's just a quick high-level update on the schedule. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz and Diane to go over some of the financial updates.
All right. Hi, I'm Liz Woods, Finance Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee for Picken County. The first place we wanted to start was just kind of a reminder of how the different cost centers for the airport work. So we broke down the various different areas of the airport finances. Each of these is what you would call a sub-department within our general ledger. We have general operations and administration. Everything that goes into there is then split out into the other areas based on how much is spent in those other areas. Capital are items like a new ARF truck or items that are larger purchases that we consider capital. That is not going to include the airport modernization project. We've kept that completely separate. We have another what we call an organization code for that. Airfield costs are everything that happens on the airfield. Those are then reimbursed through landing fees. So there's a relationship there. Parking, we keep separate as well. That is all the expenses and revenues related to parking. Security, same thing. The landside/terminal, that is all the expenses and revenues related to the terminal, and that is reimbursed through our rental rates, which we set each year. And then, as I said, the airport modernization project. Next slide, please. So we broke down all of the revenues from 2025. This is unaudited, not finalized, but what we had in 2025. Those first two slices are those landing fees that I spoke about that are covering the airfield costs. The second two pieces are those rental rates that are covering the terminal costs. We have PFCs, passenger facility charges, and federal grants, which are determined through our work with the FAA. And then those other slices are kind of things that we can adjust or have leases on or can be used in other places on the airport. Basically, these are kind of our other sources of revenue that can be used to help with the airport modernization project or other other airport costs. Next slide, please. So when we're going through our funding sources, I kind of think of this, that's why we have it in a circle, but it's basically a cyclical thing. So we kind of start out with our grants that we get from the FAA, CDOT, or any other sources. That's all those blue items. Then we kind of can move on to our PFCs and CFCs. PFCs is a set rate, and we have to go through a process with the FAA and our airline partners to decide on which projects that covers. CFCs is set by the board and can be changed and can be used technically anywhere on the airport. So we tend to use those for things related to the car rental companies, but legally we can use those for anything. Atlantic Aviation's FBO lease, and then any other airport funds, again, rates and charges, parking, for instance, advertising revenue, concession, leases, all of those can be set and adjusted for, this upcoming project and can be used for kind of like gaps in funding. And then the last piece, the very last thing that we use is our debt or our bond proceeds. So that is part of the reason why we have not come with like a firm, this is how much debt and this is the structure of our debt, is because we have to figure out all those other things before we can kind of move on to that last piece.
What does PFC and CFC stand for?
Oh, passenger facility charge. It's the charge that is on every ticket.
The $4.50 that you see on your ticket when you book a ticket.
That's the one that just increased, right?
That one you cannot. That is mandated federally at a max of $4.50. So we have to apply for that through applications. I think our most recent one was for the ARF truck. that we will be getting. So it follows very much the AIP, the Airport Improvement Handbook, with that a little more flexibility with the passenger facility charges versus the AIP funds, but still very much regulated on what we can charge and how that's collected.
And CFC.
Customer facility charge, and that is a per day charge on the rental cars, and that is at $5.50 right now.
Thanks.
So we thought that we would break down, just through previous conversations with both boards, of what we're looking at as far as FAA funding and state funding. And I will make note that this is specifically for the runway. I know we've talked about this in both boards, that we have a runway pot and a terminal pot. These are very much for the runway. The FAA has made that very clear, that any money coming to us will be for the runway use only. The first pot of money under here is the AIG funds. This will actually be coming before the BoCC to ask approval to apply for.
We have define acronyms as
I'm sorry, this is part of the bill funding that came through with the infrastructure bill. So this is a special pot aside from our airport improvement funds. We have 9.6 million approximately banked. Just shy of 3 million will be expiring this year. We have asked the FAA to put us in for the first round of that, which is all 9.6 million for us, which we're very excited about to get started with the runway. The second pot of money that we're looking at is our airport improvement entitlement funds that come to us based on employments every year, roughly 2.5 million. Thanks to the goodwill of BoCC over the last couple of years. We loaned it out to, I think, Eagle last year and Grand Junction maybe the year before on Colorado Springs. Those are all coming back to us. We actually saved them, which was spectacular because they do expire and we would have lost those had we not done that goodwill gesture. So we do have 9.4 million in entitlements that are due this year that we will be applying for when that comes out, as well as a planned $30 million ask for discretionary funding. The FAA has committed to helping us the best they can, and this is why, particularly when you see the 30, 80, 80 over the next couple of years, they have made it very specific, because we are going outside the region to ask for this money, that it is for the runway and the runway use only, because anybody familiar with the airport, it's a safety matrix and the runway comes first. So that has really helped us go outside the region to ask for these funds. But again, we're very clear by them that it's for the runway use only. CDOT has indicated that they can prepare $250,000 a year. I think that, we're still working with them on that, but that's the max allotted for them. And then from there, we're going to work out the local share for us, because this year is the last year for what you see up there as FAA funding that's at a 95% rate. Next year starts, and we're planning for a 90%, which has historically been FAA's funding source, where you have to have a 10% match. And generally, CDOT will come in for 5% of that, and we'll cover the other 5%, with a cap of CDOT for $250 for this project. So this may be a repeat for the BoCC, so I apologize for that. AAB members, we came to the BoCC. This had an extremely tight time turnaround. We had just about a month to get the airport terminal program in place for a grant. We have been working with our grant writers here in the county, as well as just with Cozen O'Connor, our lobbyist, to make sure our application is the most competitive possible. We understand the whole pot of money may look very large, but that is obviously split into different size airports. We are the bolded one, the non-hub, non-primary category there, that is not less than 10%. After a very long discussion with everyone and several meetings later, we settled on 15 million being a good ask. It rounded down to, I think, 14,750,000 for our ask on the application, to make sure that we are competitive. Because I will make note that, and I think if you switch slides, thank you, that there were only 12 projects awarded over 15 million in this whole program over the 5 years, and they were all large hubs. They were not small like us. And
And obviously most of them were well below what we're asking for, but we still think that we are at a competitive point. All of us agree with being able to ask for this, and I thank you all around this table for your support with that and going to the delegation too for letters of support. So that's what we're looking at as far as the terminal right now. So when you look at those pots of money that we shared before, that was runway. This so far is the terminal for grants that we can go forward with.
And this is the program preliminary cost estimate. This is the same cost estimate we shared with you last fall. It has not changed to date. Now that we have updated design, both 15% runway design and the terminal program concepts, we are getting those cost estimates updated, and we should have an updated program cost estimate in the next 2 to 3 weeks. But there's nothing new on this cost estimate right here. And with that, I'm going to ask Keith Hildebrand to take over and give a runway and airfield update.
Joe, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here with Kimmy Horn to give you all an update on the airfield design. As Joe mentioned earlier, we've progressed things up to a 15% design level, and we've really been focusing on developing different components and aspects of the ALP, which was finalized last year. Next slide, please. One of those components we've really been working to get dialed in is the runway profile and how that elevation and how that height will sit relative to the current runway elevation. Right now, we're tracking a raise in profile elevation on the north end. And one of the main reasons for this is to balance out earthwork. We expect a lot of extra material to be generated on site during earthwork operations. So this will help utilize that material, and we won't have to haul that material offsite and impact Highway 82 in any way, shape, or form. We also are not expecting to have to import any material as well. So this is just a net benefit to the cost of the project, the timeline of the project, and environmental impact of the project. Another component we've been really focusing on up front here is the impacts to Owl Creek Road and due to the runway shift and how to accommodate that. We are looking at a slight shift in reconstruction for a portion of Owl Creek Road as shown here. We expect Owl Creek Road to shift approximately 30 feet to the west. However, we are not going to impact any sort of open space. Any sort of Owl Creek Road realignment will be confined to current right-of-way boundaries within that corridor. We're also going to realign the recreational trail, and there will be a very similar configuration and setup on the recreational trail as you currently see out there today. Taxiway Alpha 1 at the north end of the airfield, we're projecting a shift of that, and this is primarily to accommodate that raise in the runway elevation. This is very favorable from a safety perspective and from the FAA's perspective. I will note as a part of this, this does impact the AWOS or the ASOS out there, the existing weather station. Diane will be presenting that to you all this week, and we are in the process of coordinating a reimbursable agreement with the FAA, and that's essentially the funding mechanism to get that weather station moved to a new location out of the way of this new taxiway. We've also been really coordinating very closely with the terminal team on the location of the de-ice pad and the commercial apron. The de-ice pad as it currently stands will be located in the exact location as currently shown on the ALP. But we're working very diligently to make sure there is a seamless transition between the commercial apron grades and operations versus the airfield. Make sure we're in harmony there and continuous operations will not be impacted. Also coordinating with the terminal team to make sure everything is well orchestrated to coordinate landside components of the project as well. One of the major upfront items we've been coordinating, it's a longer lead item, is a 404 permit with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And this permit's needed to extend the Owl Creek culvert, which currently runs under the runway. We do have to extend that about 300 feet to the west. And we've made great progress with the Corps of Engineers on this permit. And we're currently on track to get that permit and have a plan in place to not impact schedule for the runway. Lastly, I think we're all aware of the pavement section and the failing runway condition out there. We did a very detailed study and we did a geotechnical investigation back in 2023, and that really identified the deficiencies of the runway foundation and the subgrade conditions. And we are building upon that study, and we've done even more geotechnical studies for this runway program to develop a plan to mitigate those subgrade issues and develop a pavement section that, number one, is going to last a long time for you all, but number two, optimize and utilize recycled materials. So we're essentially looking to recycle as much pavement out there as possible into the existing pavement section. This will have a net benefit to the cost of the project, the schedule of the project, and of course, environmental. It will reduce the off-haul of materials and reduce the need to import materials to the site.
Okay. So that's the end of our runway update. Let's see if we have questions. We have about 6 minutes. Any BoCC? Francie, did you get clarity on the Owl Creek Road?
No, I think it's maybe a one-on-one with somebody.
Okay.
Thank you, though, Kelly.
Greg?
Just if you could clarify the volume of the fill that's going to be required to elevate, if you're trying to level the runways to some extent, what's the volume of fill needed, and will it all come from the excavation of the parking garage? I see GR waving his head, already nodding his head. Okay, just thinking it's all coming on site. That's an awful lot of fill, but it's coming out of a big hole you're building under the parking garages and the terminal. Is that right?
That's part of it. That's correct. Heath, maybe you can speak a little more to the numbers at this time.
Yeah, so at this point, we're tracking about 500 to 600,000 cubic yards of earthwork material to lift up that runway elevation.
And what was the elevation gain that you're looking for?
At the threshold, it's around 10 feet vertically at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other board member questions? I don't see any. I'll turn it over to you. Okay. AAB board member questions.
Yep.
Ann.
Back to cut and fill, or I guess. So you don't anticipate a lot of excess material going to the Pickens County landfill? And are they anticipating excess fill?
Oh yeah, that is our goal, to net zero export.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm with Francie. I don't quite understand Owl Creek and the
It's pretty hard to
recreation
read
path.
that diagram.
Yeah, so. But you don't have to go into it now. We can cover that at a meeting on Thursday.
I think it would be helpful too. It's
Yeah.
come up on our board. We've got the public on video, so if that's okay, Heath or Joe, if you could.
Yeah, Heath, if you could go back to that Owl Creek Road and spend a couple minutes kind of outlining what they're seeing here.
Yeah, so at the very bottom of the screen, there's a yellow line running through, and that will be the new center of Owl Creek Road, if you will. And really, that's going to shift about 30 feet to the west. And really, how we're looking to build this and how we're looking to implement it, we don't anticipate a full closure. We expect that we're going to be able to keep the road operable at all times. It may be down to a one-lane, two-way operation at times, but we will be able to keep the road open throughout construction of this. And this is really one of the first projects that needs to be constructed out of the gates in order to accommodate the runway shift. We've been working really closely with Pickens County Public Works and working very closely and coordinating with them on that. If there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to walk you through any sort of details.
The dotted red lines,
That is the right-of-way line for Owl Creek Road. So essentially everything to the bottom of that is Aspen open space, and then everything above that is right-of-way owned by Pickens County.
Ryan, did you have?
I thought it would be helpful, two things, and Abe, you might be able to help point this out, but explain the teacup, and that's kind of one of the big reasons that we're needing to shift. And then for those of you I've heard mention the butter knife trail alignment, which you can see further south from the dotted red line. If you look closely, there's that sort of light tan. It's not line, you just see the image on there to give you a sense of where that trail is compared to the right-of-way.
Do you want me to
Meg.
Just a quick question. Was this amount of work in the original budget numbers for the runway that we saw? Or
Yes.
Is this, so that's covered?
Yes.
Good.
Okay, Heath, you were gonna maybe explain the teacup, and then
I can help
we'll
you,
see if
Heath,
there's
if
other
you need.
questions, and then we'll have to move on. Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, the teacup is essentially the U-shaped blue area off the south end of the runway you're seeing here. So that's essentially a shift of what's currently on the airfield. And that's a really critical piece of pavement for operations for the airlines and other aircraft operations to hold in that area during approaches. And that, since that sticks out, that's really driving that shift of Owl Creek Road to the west. When that shifts, everything basically to the west of it needs to shift slightly to accommodate that new teacup location.
Sorry, I want to see if Diane had anything else to add.
No, thank you, Heath. I was just going to explain the critical infrastructure of that teacup for us.
So real quick, the blue line, the one that is obviously the access road for airport vehicles, that is, so that one is where you're gonna have to move it to have a setback from your teacup, is where the new blue is.
Our vehicle service road.
Right, the
our
vehicle
internal
surface
yeah.
road. And then just a point of clarification, and correct me if I'm wrong here, we're shifting Owl Creek Road 30 feet towards the hillside. We're not impacting the single track trail.
Correct.
We're gonna try and keep it open, and with that, we have to shift the bike path
Correct.
and to accommodate the bike path outside of the new access vehicle road. So that's why, I'm glad to hear that the effort's gonna be made to not impact traffic flow as little as possible, but there'll still be an impact on Owl Creek Road to accommodate this work. Does it all make sense? Because we have FAA requirements for setbacks and obstacle-free zones, et cetera, et cetera. Am
Exactly
I
right.
on track?
Yes.
I have a quick question. Do you have any estimate as to like what time of year that the Owl Creek Road would be?
Our
One lane,
goal
maybe?
is to get the construction manager at risk under contract in April, and then get them to provide a guaranteed maximum price for this early enabling work in 2026, and be able to construct this as soon thereafter as possible. So it's a little hard to say depending on contract timelines, but the goal would be to rebuild Owl Creek Road by the end of October.
Okay, great.
So yeah, so
And
between
That
I'd say
timeline's
June and November.
And that timeline's, dependent on FAA buy-in too, because FAA has to work with us and approve our guaranteed maximum price, et cetera, with the CMAR. So we are working through everyone, and they are committed to us, but, we're working through several different agencies to get that. But all have the same goal of getting this done this year.
But we'll have a timeline when we get a provider.
Yeah, a contractor on board and
Great.
I think Laura and then
Laura.
This question is about hauling as well. I'm wondering if asphalt generation and recycling will happen on site.
yes.
that is the intent. We will have to haul some materials, and the goal is to stockpile as much of that material as possible in 2026 as well, in order to have it readily available for the short 2027 construction season. So, but as Heath mentioned, our goal is to process as much of the existing materials on site as possible and reuse them in the airfield program. So yeah, we're trying to minimize the amount of haul overall total.
Howie.
This is an emissions question, monitoring question. The planes in the teacup, while they're waiting, will their emissions exhaust be picked up by the Buttermilk or South End monitoring station?
That is
They
the
will
whole
be.
goal, Howie.
Say yes.
Depending on, obviously, I'm gonna put a caveat in there with the wind and stuff too, if wind plays a direction in there, but
So-
that would be the whole goal. We did try to place those reference stations to the best we could, staying out of invisible surfaces, as you call them, for the FAA. So we were trying to catch all that we can on that end.
Good, thanks.
All right, I'm gonna move us along here.
Can I real
Is
quick?
there any action items relative, well, there will be some action items relative to grants and reimbursables for the runway coming forward.
Yes, and we are, for runway coming forward, yes.
Okay.
There will be.
Patty, last thing?
Real quick, so, but not every plane uses the teacup.
No, so it's
Just
actually,
so you know, it's not every plane has.
I call it a
hold
pressure
there.
relief valve
It's
for
so
us if they have to
if there's
pull
a
off for
backup,
whatever
then they have
reason
to get
given.
out of the way of a plane coming
Right.
in.
And I'll just end saying, note to summer cyclists of Owl Creek Road impacts. Okay, thank you everyone for being expeditious in our first two reports. Let's move on to the big one here, which is our conceptual design of the terminal.
Let's see.
And I think we probably need a second for new folks to come up.
And I will just make quick mention that I forgot to say that Miles Graham was going to help with this presentation. So he's got a few slides toward the beginning. So he's going to sit up here with us, and he's from our comms team.
All right, hi Miles.
Thanks,
I've
Ryan.
never met him before. I've never seen him. Nice to see you again, by the way.
See you all again too.
Have
Thank
we
you
not
so
given
much.
you an ASE vest yet, Miles?
You know, I'm a size medium if it helps.
Okay.
Hi, Miles.
Hi all.
Have a
And
seat for Mr. Lightlet's me.
I'm Jim. Welcome aboard.
Hey, Jim.
So as a preamble to the transition from concept to schematic design that Tony's going to walk through, we wanted to just provide a few quick slides on the public process that's informing the transition that we are about to make. And you all have seen this graphic before, but one thing that has changed here is that that little orientation wayfinding star is moving its way down as we narrow our focus on the different design types. Our community input going forward is going to continue to narrow down. There's still going to be opportunities for significant community involvement as we get into this next schematic design phase. But at some point, as this graphic illustrates, we're going to have to put our pencils down and really start information sharing on what we've heard to date and how those key pieces of community feedback are informing our design as we get into more detailed design. And again, this is another wheel of decision making that you all have seen before. But this meeting, I think, is a really great example of this process in action, where we're going to be sharing the information that we've received from the community. The advisory task forces are informing that as well. And then the Airport Advisory Board later this week will be considering an action to transition into the next phase of design. Doesn't mean design is done. I believe that will then lead to an informal resolution that Ryan will speak to later. But it's following this process that's been well established with your Airport Advisory Board and your community.
So just some quick highlights on the engagement to date. We really kicked things off in late September. We've convened our task forces 3 times already in October, November, and December, working through the programming and the concept design phase. That also led to corresponding meetings with the community. We had 3 open houses alternating between Mid-Valley and Up-Valley. They've been really well attended. I think about 100 attendees at each one, and our participants could see 3D models of the design, as you see here in these photos, as it's evolved. We've also had surveys associated with each of these milestones. The first survey was open from mid-October to mid-November, and we got about 300 responses on that one. This last survey that we'll be reporting out today, we had over 560 responses, and it was open from December 4th through January 4th. So really strong engagement from our community and supported by our task force members. Certainly there's a bunch of other activities that will continue. We also have a survey of employees at the airport that's active right now. The newsletter for the airport now has over 25,000 subscribers. So that is a very, very large readership that we take advantage of. And then we also have more frequent updates that go out to what we call our frequent flyer list, and that is providing updates on a much more regular basis than the monthly newsletters that we go over. We'll continue to do roadshow presentations with community organizations going forward, and the aspenairport.com/modernization website is the best clearinghouse for all of this information. And on the next slide, before we get into our task forces, I want to flip it over to our AAB Vice Chair Meg Haynes, and she can give a little preamble on our task forces.
I could speak to you for hours about the task forces. I am so impressed with the work that the task force members are doing. It is just amazing to see their persistent focus and energy and enthusiasm about the work. I've just finished reading and reviewing all of the task force cards that were submitted, and I just have to continue to say to you the focus that each of the task force members is giving to the Common Ground recommendations is amazing. I'm so pleased to see that they're looking at their work through the lens of the Common Ground recommendations. So much so that at our last task force meeting, we gave each of the task force members a little business card with the Common Ground recommendations on it, and we encouraged them to go away and put them on their night table and whatever. And we didn't give them a test, but we might. But they are dedicated to that, and that's our end in mind, our goal to make sure that we do implement those through the terminal. So much so that at a recent meeting I had one of the task force members say to me, Mick, this is a very influential member of the task force. You know they're all very smart and experts. And she said, I am taking my job very seriously. I have that card right here in my pocket. So we have a little bit of a break now, but we have another meeting starting in March, possibly an interim in February. But I'm really so excited about the work that they're doing.
Meg, thank you. And I also do want to acknowledge several of our task force members here in the audience today. So they've been a great resource, very committed. And on the next slide, you can see the options that we've asked our task force and then our community to help inform us on are 2 different options of conceptual design, and Tony's going to walk through much more details. But what I wanted to call out on both this slide and on the next slide is all of those icons that tie us back to the Common Ground recommendations. As Meg said, the input that we are gathering is looking through the lens of implementing the Common Ground recommendations. And so the results that we will share today are all going to be based on the Common Ground recommendations. And so you see in this graphic and the next, all those little icons are directly related to what Tony and his team have been working on as it relates to how we reflect the Common Ground recommendations. And maybe you can go on to the next slide. So what we've been asking our task forces to do is really take a deep dive with us and help us refine some of our community outreach materials before we go out to the broader community. So they've informed this survey we call it a scorecard with the task forces and our members as we were going through and asking them generally how does the two different options fit with the site, using all of these keywords and quotes from the Common Ground recommendations on right-sized elements, a terminal layout that's adaptable, flexible, and future-proof, making sure that we're maximizing mountain views and emphasizing our place in the natural world, opportunities for the community to engage with the different options. Seamless ground connectivity is a big one, both for utilization of existing transit, but also reserving space for future mass transit, that proximity between the ground transportation center and the terminal building, and then overall, which one feels most like this community in the context of our Common Ground recommendations. And as you can see here, our task force overwhelmingly preferred option 2+, and Tony will walk us through what that really looks like a little bit later. But as the preface, there was very strong support for option 2+. And so that survey with the task forces also informed our community outreach. So our community, as I said, had a great response to this survey, over 560 responses in the month that it was open, and the geographic spread of our respondents was really impressive and closely mirrored the first survey that we did, seeing, Up Valley was the greatest number of responses, but a very strong response from Snowmass, Mid-Valley, and all the way down Valley as well. So really good representation from the Valley in our survey responses and in the demographics of our airport users. So these splits look very much, again, like the first survey, a strong mix of personal and professional travelers, also heavy users of the airport. The vast majority of our survey respondents use the airport monthly or more or every few months. So folks who are taking this survey are very familiar with the facility itself. And again, these are the same questions that we asked our task force. And we're really glad to see that our task force, as they're chartered to do, are good representatives of our community. And so the community response, again, preferred the concept 2+, that we'll look at in a little bit more detail later. But it was about a 60-40 split on average across the board in scoring these options against the Common Ground recommendations and which option reflects them best. So we also asked our community a couple of questions about biophilic design, which is bringing experiences of nature into the actual design of the buildings as a way to begin to understand how we can create that warm and welcoming character that is so central to the Common Ground recommendations. And no surprise, it's ample daylight, it's views to the mountains, and extensive use of natural materials that rose to the top of that list. And then we also had a couple of questions on transportation. We know the Common Ground recommendations and that seamless ground connectivity is a big part of what we are looking at during the terminal design process. And really interesting here, the mode split between how travelers currently get to the airport and how they would like to get to the airport in the future is almost an exact mirror image. Public transit ticked up a little bit as we're thinking about the future. As I mentioned, that is central to the terminal design and the Common Ground recommendations. So interesting baseline information on just some of the travel patterns that our passengers are using today. And certainly we also heard in the open-ended questions that folks are interested in potential future mass transit modes, a lot of different options thrown out there, but also being able to bike and walk was something that we heard a lot, given the unique, very urban land use context of our terminal. But we know for using transit, there are some barriers. And what we heard from the community is that whether it's the time and frequency of routes, using mass transit with luggage, just the logistics of our current existing transit options and the proximity to the current terminal were all barriers that we have the opportunity to look at as we're thinking about really defining what seamless ground connectivity means in the context of the Common Ground recommendations. So with that, a couple key takeaways just to sum things up before I transition to Tony is that strong community preference for option 2. It was the option that best combined the right sizing of a lot of these elements from a scale, from a fit, from a flow perspective. And the feeling from the community was that was the one that, in quotes here, you'll see these common ground recommendation keywords, retains that rural and small town feel, provides opportunities for locally sourced programming, whether it's arts, other exhibits, and concessions, that both terminal layouts really do a good job of that, was something we heard regarding both options. Option 2 definitely honored the view planes, and our results showed that the community appreciates that and emphasized our place in the natural world. And we've talked a lot about the seamless ground connectivity. So as the cartoon here alludes to, this is not the end of design. This is an important milestone, but we still have a significant journey ahead of us. And I will transition it to Tony to walk us through what that looks like.
Thanks, Miles. Good job. All right.
Can I ask a survey-related question? While Tony's getting set up, you did a lot. We got a lot of community input through your surveys and the 3 open houses. What kind of surveying did we do of the visitor travelers coming and going through the airport? How are they reflected in all of this?
Howie, that's a great question, and we captured some of that in the demographics slide, where a big slice of our respondents were traveling for personal and leisure travel. We also, to capture the visitors, had a landing page. When you go into the airport and log on to the Wi-Fi, a prompt to take the survey was the first thing that our passengers saw. So that, I think, really helped us in making sure that the demographics not only represented the local community, but we were hearing from our visitors as well.
You're able to establish a number of visitor responses or input through that app that you provided.
Yes, through the zip. That's why we require the zip code question. So if you'd like, we can do a more detailed breakdown on the zip codes and provide that with you.
Thanks.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to a big milestone for all of us here. I just represent one of a very large design team. Architecture sometimes gets to stand out in front of a lot of really hard work being done by many engineers and other designers, so thanks for letting me be here and represent that work. The volume we'll walk through today is a representation of our commitment to transparency, so this is really a document that describes all of the work we did last season for your team. It represents the end of a phase and the beginning of the next, which is where we are today. And it hopefully helps you all feel comfortable with what we've done and where we're heading. And it shouldn't be anything entirely new. This really sets forward an archive for you on everything we presented monthly at the BoCC and AAB updates that we were here frequently showing you, and at all those open houses and public meetings that we were doing along the way. So I'm going to move through this. I know you all received a copy of this massive document not too long ago, way too soon to have had enough time to get through it all. We're going to only focus really on the first 25 pages or so. That's the summary of everything else. Everything past the first 25 pages really supports the summary and the conclusion, which is kind of where we're going to head in this first phase, should it be approved by you all as our concept recommendation for schematic design.
Let me just get a point of clarification.
Yeah.
Ryan, will the AAB make a recommendation to the BoCC on an informal resolution adopting this conceptual design?
They will. So on Thursday's meeting with the AAB, they'll get information today, and then they'll have another opportunity on Thursday to get a shorter recap, but have a chance to ask questions, and then we would ask that day for a recommendation, which we'll bring back to you all on the 28th of January with an informal resolution. And that resolution, importantly, does not approve a design. This is the basis of design, or that programmatic phase. So it just gives us a nod that we're on the right track and that we can move to the next phase, which is the schematic phase.
Great, thank you. And I'll note we have about 40 minutes of time to hear the presentation, do questions, and then both boards will have more opportunity in the coming weeks for.
And important to note, every page is marked with draft, so there's still opportunity within that window to make adjustments. If anybody from the boards find things that need adjustment, this is really the opportunity to do it before it's voted in on January 28th.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there's a table of contents that can help you maneuver through the 340 pages. But we'll start here at the summary, which sets out the beginning. And, you know, as has been mentioned many times today, because every one of the projects that are on the plate of this commission, the Common Ground recommendations has really set the stage. And so it also sets the stage for the terminal core, and it also sets the very beginning opening line for this book, and sets the resolution and the very framework in which we started the project. For those of you that came to our office, you saw we had it very large and in charge printed in our workspace. I know the CCA office has a similar setup where you can't deny what the goal is, what we're all heading toward. And so we've been very communicative with the design team that this is not to be lost, and that every design decision has to really be reminded that it is to hit these goals. And then on top of that, of course, the thing we've already touched on, that the public engagement process is very much intertwined with what we're doing, that the design team isn't off on its own, that we are a collaborator with the task force and with the public as we move through this first phase, and that we're receiving information that is informing how we proceed. So that's really what this first page is really meant to make sure we're communicating, and that this whole first 16 or 20 weeks was really about that collaboration and that starting point. Here's the decision filter, the Common Ground recommendations, summarized as we understand them. It did require a little bit more language for us and conversation, both with the airport leadership, with the county managers, and with the public and with the task force, to really start to understand how those visions and values translate to a real project now that we're getting into design. So that's what this summary attempts to do. And then as any architectural project begins, we always look for inspiration. And so this sets to make sure that we're keeping in mind that it's for the whole valley. It's not for the thing that maybe is the first word on the airport's title, Aspen and Pitkin County. So we really wanted to be mindful of how we're representing this region and what this airport serves. It's more than just one city. And then there's quite a number of pages here that talk about environmental stewardship and how we're going to proceed with many sustainability topics. And the reason that that's important is, one, because you asked for it, and two, because it is very much intertwined with every one of the vision and values. And so as we call it, the MSA framework here, described on the right, the sustainability team has really done a good job at establishing how every single one of the vision and values, core Common Ground recommendations really relate to some sustainability element, which makes them essential to the design. They're not things that can be removed or value engineered out as we move through. They become integral, and so that really makes sure that the end product will reflect this community's commitment to the environment. And so what we've done here is start to set up a framework to be able to measure those elements. This is still a work in progress. This was just, at this stage in the design, setting up a beginning and an aspirational reach of how we propose we're going to measure all of these different things. There's a lot. It's very complicated, and sometimes it gets very technical, so we're trying to find a way in which to distill the information so that it's easy to communicate to the community in a digestible way, and that communicates value both to the user and then ultimately to the airport who is operating. And so this summarizes some of those high-reaching goals. And we don't have time today to go into each one of them. And each of these are still aspirational. And so, as we move through this year, which involves both schematic design, design development, and construction documents before we break ground, each of these aspirational goals on sustainability will have to become real. And those will go through many filters of design, constructability, and cost. And so as we move through those and have to make these more real, all of those decisions will have some variability and will come before you as we make them. None of those will be done in isolation. And one element that has been discussed in this room is what happens in the end. How are we, if we're measuring those sort of each independently by a spectra that we've decided makes sense for you and your airport, then what do we do at the end? How do we prove that we've done something that's worthwhile? And the way the rest of the world does it is by some form of a certification. And we were told at the very beginning that this airport and this community is not committed to a plaque on the wall. And so this identifies that we are also all aligned with that. However, once we move through the spectrum and we've made those commitments, there may be value still in pursuing certification. So this outlines how and when we'll commit to certifications should they make sense. Okay. Because we might run out of time.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So does that mean that you are not using LEED as a goal, you're using it as an after-the-fact certification?
We have many certifications on the table as opportunities. LEED is one. It's not necessarily the best one, especially for aviation projects, and it doesn't reach as high as the aspirational goals that we started out. Living building might be a better one, but no airport has ever done that. And so at this stage, we don't want to limit ourselves by ascribing to a certification that might not reach high enough, but we also don't want to commit dollars and resources to a certification method that might have us spending money and effort on things that aren't important to this community. So much like what our team did for the Portland Airport, we want to first identify what's very important to this community, what goals we want to reach, and then go back and look at the certifications and see which ones then make sense to pursue. And then we'll put those in front of you and show you why they make sense, what things that means we will and won't do, and then get confirmation from this body.
Tom, thanks for this recap. You referred to purchasing carbon offsets as reaching certain sustainability goals. How much reliance is this project on purchasing carbon offsets, or said another way, how much of the sustainability objectives are reliant upon carbon offsets, purchasing those, and if we don't purchase any, can we still meet our sustainability goals?
Some of the sustainability goals won't require purchasing of offsets, but I think there's a first cost that will require them because we're building a new facility. And so again, I am not the sustainability expert. I'm the project manager, and our sustainability experts can certainly speak to each one of the spectrum and how we're going to get there. However, I know that it being a new build, there will need to be some, if we're committed to a net zero building, there will need to be some first cost offsets.
So you'll be able to provide us information on that?
That's right.
So we can...
as we move forward, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Other questions on this component? I will just note, when I was looking through your kind of schematic on the process for thinking through how the MSAs were was developed. I don't think we'll have time to do it now, but it would be helpful to maybe walk through, like, what are you assigning as a category B? What are its subtexts? What are what is the detailed spectrum?
I believe it is described in the appendix, but we can certainly go through that with our sustainability experts next time we're in front of you, and we can make that a line item.
Okay,
yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I'll admit to not getting through all 340 pages,
that's okay.
including appendix. Didn't? Since Friday. Nobody else has to admit to that, but I'll admit to that.
I think one thing that this phase that we just passed did was we collected a lot of information, one of which was what it means to be an airport in this community at this time. Your airport is quite old, and so we needed to collect a lot of information about what it means to be an airport serving this community today. And so there was a lot of information collecting that we have now that we can use as a resource as we move forward in schematic design. And so we did want to set out here in this summary an understanding of where we're starting, which includes, and I just want to highlight here, the starting point is 7 gates, 9 parking positions. That's our starting point. That's what's included in the design and in the estimate and in the scope currently. And as we've described before, and I just want to reiterate today, the design still accommodates flexibility to accept all 7 of those positions to have a passenger boarding bridge or none of them. We have not made a decision yet about how many and what kind of passenger boarding bridge, whether they're glass or operable. That is a decision that we're planning to make here in schematic design after visiting a few facilities. So that's what this part of this summary describes, is that we've basically punted on that decision so that we can go see a couple of examples as a team, talk to the operators of some of those airports that are running those facilities so that we can get as much information before making that decision. So that's this section here talks to that. And then the layout plan, we've already spent quite a bit of time talking about how this terminal building really is only a piece of a much larger pie that includes the runway, the de-ice plan, the FBO, and many other pieces. This has to work in concert with all of those elements. And then here you go again, the common ground recommendations and how all of those common ground recommendations are tied to these aviation context principles. A big piece of this, as we did that data collection, is helping the leadership figure out how all of these parts and pieces get sized. That's what we call programming, where we understand the needs of each element of the project, and finding out what the right size is for this particular project, for this particular group in this community. Ryan maybe wants to add a little bit to that.
Yeah, and I think, Tony, if you want to pull up the table, I think this is a point of clarification that we've been asked multiple times, and I think it's good for this group to hear it. Has to do with the overall square footage in that conversation. The BoCC in 2020 did adopt a resolution which considered the Vision Committee's Common Ground Recommendations report. There were a few amendments and additions at that time. One of those amendments was to not include an overall square footage kind of locked in. And I think wisely so. Part of the reason for that is, we're still definitely committed to right sizing this for what the community needs are, but then also our budget. But it also allows this process with the design team to work through, and I think that will really help us land on a final size that's going to make sense for the community. And I'll let Tony walk through this, but some of the assumptions, as I understand it, because I wasn't here during the Vision Committee effort, talked about a general doubling of our current square footage. There wasn't a deep analysis of what our current square footage was because we have some space outside of the existing terminal. And so if you did go ahead and double it, you're probably closer to about 110,000 square feet. But that's an arbitrary number. So we are taking a look at level of service standards across the industry. We also have some other constraints. On the far right side, you see a range of 90 to 140,000. Well, that 140,000 was the limit that was placed on us through our environmental review. So that probably is a real cap unless we wanted to go back and revisit that. But at this next phase, as Tony can describe, we will start whittling down to a place that really does make sense for us and meets those common ground recommendations and spirit. So.
That's right. That's a great summary. I think just to clarify, the 54,768 was coming out of a much more thorough investigation of existing facilities. I think the number that was understood previously of 45,000 was a sort of like a much more general understanding of what the terminal was, but we spent quite a bit of time understanding all of the sheds and pockets that the airport had been stowing things away, and realized that they had been, much like maybe many of you have done in your home, found corners that weren't technically part of your home that you've stored things. So they've found use of 55,000 square feet of space. So that's a real number. That's our starting point. And then the boxes of the areas that I have highlighted, those are areas of square footage that are currently part of the airport, but are either outside of the building or in unconditioned spaces. And so those are all opportunities as we work with the square footage that we could follow suit. And so if we're talking about square footage and what's in a conditioned terminal building, those are all areas that we could have outside of the terminal building or in unconditioned space. So if we're looking to control the square footage, we could have some of those spaces be outside of the terminal building footprint.
Yeah, just real quick.
Yeah.
I would like at some point just to know, because I know the public is going to be concerned, is the square footage they can see.
Right.
And the square footage they can't see.
That's right.
And that we need to be very clear on the square footage you can't see is because it's needed for operations, for baggage, for staffing areas, et cetera, and FAA requirements, TSA requirements. So I think that is going to be a very important differentiation of square footage for the community to understand.
You're absolutely right. And like a big number example for that is the makeup rooms, which is the second line item here, and I can even zoom in on it. Your existing facility only has, about 9,000 or 10,000 square feet total. And in working with the TSA, depending on what the requirements are for the new facility, it could be as much as 40,000. And so that's a big swing. And that's some of the space that could be outside of the terminal building or in unconditioned space. And so depending on how we want to calculate that could really impact how we're talking about square footage. So that's where that square footage number is sensitive, but I think we can work with it depending on how we are calculating
And could you define for the public unconditioned space so the public understands what that means?
It doesn't require temperature control. It could be sort of like your garage where it has a door that opens and closes, but you're not heating and cooling it because it's, that you got carts coming and going, bags coming and going, so you don't really worry about it maintaining a consistent temperature.
That's where the employees put on their makeup?
No, but employees tend to be dressed warmer. They're inside and outside all day, so they don't necessarily want to be taking off their coat.
They're working too hard to
and then putting it back on every time they go to load a bag onto the plane. So it's very normal in a space like that for it to be unconditioned.
I know that the co-chairs, Jim Light and Michael Solons, are here. This point is going to be very important for you all as you discuss the terminal design. So these numbers are important.
I didn't see that.
You're looking like you're not very happy.
Is that graph in here somewhere?
It's page 90. It's page 90 in the PDF, so it should be around page 90 in the document.
I thought we were only going to page 28.
This is supporting document.
Okay, thank you.
It's page 176 on the in the PDF.
All right, I'll invite Jim to make a quick comment, but then we only have about 20 minutes left, so we'll have to keep going with the presentation.
One issue raised by you all when Michael and I came with the task force, you said, why don't you have someone from operations? So I think you'll be impressed with the work that the design team has done. Diane Schwainer and I took a tour behind the house. It's a mess, I'll leave it at that. And I think there's, in terms of square footage, there'll be adequate square footage for it to function safely and well for the employees. I've got more comments on the process, but I'm very impressed with how the county's managing the whole process, and it's on schedule.
Thanks, Jim.
We haven't even talked about the concept.
Yeah, I know, right? We've already talked about the community input with Miles, so I'll just skip right past this. We've included it here, as did we include a summary of the presentations and the milestones which we presented here. And the first one was on setting the vision, and then, the three concepts we came at presentation 3, which we also described here, that then were refined into option 2 and option 3 plus. And as Miles also described, option 2 plus is where the survey and the task force results really landed. So the recommendation at the end of this book is to move forward in schematic design as the basis of design with option 2 plus, which includes the ground transportation center as a building out in front of the terminal building itself. And we can look at the building and site flow. Again, this concept avoids the existing terminal so that we can phase it appropriately. It utilizes the widest portion of the site so that we can get as much of the processing area on the site as we process passengers to their airplane. It moves the ground transportation center as close to the existing infrastructure as it can be. It does the best job we can do at managing the elevation change, both north-south and east-west on the site, given the apron elevation datum that we need to hit for the new apron. We utilize a long driveway to deal with that elevation change, to deal with avoiding the existing terminal, and to deal with views and lengths of time that passengers and drivers need to make decisions on which either parking garage or drop-off method they're using. And option 2 looks to stack what it needs to in order to fit everything on this long and narrow site. That's what those diagrams there describe. This diagram here just helps you understand how large the site is itself in reference to the downtown of Aspen itself. And if we go forward, just because we're running out of time, lots of landscape opportunity. It preserves essentially in that front plaza area 1.3 acres that we can design and look for opportunities to really celebrate inside and outside opportunities for the ground transportation center and for the terminal and for the users to engage, which we will work with Design Workshop on. And again, this should be a reminder of what that concept has within it, but it includes up in front here, this is that ground transportation center that would have a bag drop, an information booth, some form of an ability to host some form of a cafe or concession that may be seasonal in nature, bike locker and restrooms, and a connection to parking below. And then a front living room that would house the ticketing lobby, security, and a recomposure area that would lead you up to a second level that would have the hold rooms all oriented to the view of Buttermilk with ample circulation space and hold room sized to accommodate flexible seating for lounge type seating and workspace seating. At the center of that design was this idea of an art or gallery or garden space that could really be a focal point for both the upper hold room areas, and the ticket lobby below would have a view of that space from below. And that would all be served by a bar of back of house spaces underneath the hold room that includes baggage, mechanical, TSA offices, those sorts of things below. Here's the diagram on where the modes of transportation would land. Existing RAFTA stops remain, and we preserve future multimodal as proximate to those existing locations as possible. Prepare a new ground transportation plaza out in front that connects to those elements. Have shuttles and individual car drop-offs on either side of the terminal and really celebrate that plaza as one location for everybody to come, interact, and enter the new terminal. It also, I think, encourages multimodal. It really keeps that really central so that whether you're arriving by a bus or car, everybody's coming into the terminal in the same way. And that's this section. The idea is the plaza would have some form of covering over it. These again are diagrams, not meant to suggest an architecture yet, so don't get attached to the bar there on top. There has been some study on, what that would mean from a daylight point of view, where the opportunities might be, where we need to cut holes in that covering to make sure that all those spaces have ample opportunity for daylighting. And then, as described by Miles, we went through the design and tried to highlight areas where we felt the design was amplifying the common ground recommendation. These have all been reviewed by the task force and the community, and this was the result of those votes that we saw that were overwhelming in support of option 2 are reflected here in this summary. And then I think for the sake of time, Miles has already said this, the task force vote seemed to be clear direction that we proceed with option 2, and the alignment with the community response also seems fairly conclusive.
Option 2 plus.
2 plus, yeah.
For a question on the time.
Have we reached a point where it makes sense to have questions?
Yeah, that's it. I'm
Okay,
done.
This is the end. Okay. I'll go to BoCC and then we'll turn it over. And go ahead, Greg.
Just a quick question. I'm the chair of RAFTA this year, and so whenever I see that RAFTA Down Valley terminal in far north Siberia, I kind of wonder if we're missing an opportunity with multimodal transportation, RAFTA being it right now for the most part for a large number of users. Is there a way that RAFTA bus, whether it's a local or a BRT or something else, could actually circulate into the airport and get closer to the front door? And maybe if it is, I just missed it.
Yeah, maybe it's just not here on this particular diagram, but our intent, and as we described to the task force, is this curb here in the design is meant to accept
buses
a bus or any new mode of transportation that wants to come into the site and drop off.
So the question then is, RAFTA buses going north are going to Snowmass Village, which is a huge ski resort nearby, and then Down Valley, which is a huge commuter and airport user group. So hopefully any bus that's heading Down Valley can do that same circulation as well as the Up Valley.
Yep.
And I didn't see that, and I didn't make the connection till just now, but just want to put that out there.
Yeah, so circulation going up valley would take the slip lane, and any going
That's the
down
easy
valley
one.
would use the existing signal.
And just to clarify, we do have 2 RAFTA representatives on our task forces, so we've been able to lean on them for some information. And as it relates to the current sort of mainline RAFTA options, those are going to stay out on the highway because they're trying to hit times as for commuters, and they really don't have room for luggage on their buses. So the solution that would be sort of future multimodal that are quote unquote buses is probably a new type of service that doesn't exist. A shuttle that if you go to DIA today, they've got accommodations for luggage and that kind of thing. So I think there's both options that'll still remain available.
Copy that, thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Francie.
Yeah, forgive me, Tony, this is very minor, but where you have the 2 ticketing sections, we don't have very much ticketing here. And it's the largest part of the airport right now, and it's always empty. So it seems to me that if you're basing ticketing space on our ticketing today, it's way too big. And so I talked to Charles about this a little bit when I was in his office. I mean, it seems like one of those spaces could be something else, a restaurant or something. And just a small comment.
Yeah, sure. We're still working through the programming. As you noticed, we are including a range for all elements still, so we'll fine tune that a bit as we work with the carriers. This is only reflective right now of 20 counters, so that's not a lot of counters for 3 carriers to split. So we'll work on that. And the nice thing about if you were to hold a little bit of extra square footage in this area of the airport, it's your front door, and so there's always opportunities to reprogram this space, and that would be space that the airport then owns and can reprogram as its own welcome. And so this is an area that's a real good opportunity. If the airlines do move away from needing this space, this is space then that you, the community, will get to own and decide what to do with.
Great.
Are there BoCC questions or feedback? Okay, I'll turn it to the AAB.
Okay, AAB questions.
Mass and scale. How are we going to represent the mass and scale of what's coming their way, our way? So the people. Oh, excuse me.
Gotcha.
All right. How are we going to represent adequately for our public to know what's coming their way with respect to mass and scale? Is story polls or something like that tell a story that's be beneficial to getting the message out, given that this is, as Ryan said, we're doubling the size of the facility, so people have that in their minds.
You're talking about the building's mass?
Yeah, the building's mass. Yeah, how do we deal with that?
Yeah, so schematic design, I think, will be the phase in which we will start to get to that, and we will use lots of our tools. We'll use renderings and elevations and perspectives to help people start to get an understanding on what we're proposing. We very much understand the charge, which is to fit inside of the context of the place we are, that you don't want a Taj Mahal. So, we will do everything in our power to help describe the design intent, and we're working with, CCA and Design Workshop and many others to make sure that it feels appropriate to the place. And so you will see as we bring concepts in schematic design to you, what we're proposing, and along the way we will use tools that help you understand the mass and scale of the building that we're suggesting.
So you don't normally, or you don't recommend something on site to represent the future cube of the building?
For this project, it'd be difficult because the new site is in such a different location. It's up and over to the side from the existing, and the existing building is kind of sunk into the ground and has lots of drainage issues that I would be reluctant to try to make a comparison against the existing, but instead really want to set the stage for what would be appropriate for this new site and this new program. So we'll try to set the expectation based on what the new program is, the new site, and try to prepare views that help people understand what we're proposing.
Can I just add to that real quick? Please. And it's my understanding we're using the slope factor as a way to minimize the view plane issues, because people don't, until you get out there and try and ride a bicycle up and down the runway, you don't realize this slope issue.
Yeah.
And so by utilizing that slope where the new terminal will be, a lot of it would have to be excavated out to drop the building down. Is that?
We're trying to use the slope as an advantage, not a disadvantage.
Right.
And most of that has to do with the way we're going to deal with parking and the serviceability of the underground operations that we need to use for the airport. The airport itself will need to sit high enough where we can access the apron. And so it will be proud of the apron. It's necessary. We don't want to recreate the problem you have now where the airport sits below apron grade and you have flooding issues. So we're trying to deal with that issue and make sure that the passenger loading space is high enough where you don't recreate that problem.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have two questions.
Sure.
Are the two loops intended for different users? How does that?
Yeah, so currently the idea is that there is flexibility here as we move forward, and certainly as you operate the building, that this loop is committed for single passenger, sort of everyday folk to do their pickup and drop off here on the left, the north side of the site. And on the right-hand side, the south side would be for shuttle, sort of like multi-user drop-off, similar to what you have today. You have your taxi and your hotel shuttles have their own separate loop. That's something we talked about with the multimodal task force. I think that supports the idea encouraging the use of those systems by committing a loop to it and making sure that it's running efficiently. But that does not preclude the airport from in the future deciding differently and making one loop to be arrivals and one loop being drop off. I mean, I think that's one of the benefits of where we landed with Concept 2 Plus is the two loops are fairly equal. And so I think there's opportunity as we move forward, and then someday when they take over the design, and they'll have some flexibility on how they want to operate that curbside.
And the slip lane functions like it does today.
The slip lane will remain as it does today. We have anticipated and proposed some ways in which to discourage the current traffic cheat that happens on 82, where people kind of slip into airport property and then use the slip lane to bypass traffic. So we do have some thoughts on how we can use bringing people in and out of this to not allow that to happen any longer, so you can keep the slip lane open at all times. Because as we understand it now, there are times in which it's barricaded because of that traffic problem. So we have some long-term solutions that we want to propose as we get further into design that will help that and mitigate that problem.
That's good, because it seems like if a RAFTA were going to come through, it'd be better for them to go out this
That's right,
lane.
yeah. Certainly for the shuttles, but we'd like to make it available for everybody.
Yeah. And I forgot my second question. Hopefully it'll come back in the next 3 minutes. Others? Yes, Lara.
Could you go back to the square footage slide, please?
Oh, yeah.
It's on page 176.
It's 90 for me.
It was on? Got it. So I am curious where employee break room, training room, locker room lives in this.
Downstairs.
Airport administration carries some of that square footage. Some of that square footage is in the security space, like the TSA spaces all have their own. There's a detailed program that outlines every single piece of program and the square footages that are being held currently for every element of the design. This is just a summary.
Okay. And then, thank you. And then what is airline designation space area?
Sorry, where are you referring? Oh,
Orange.
The hold rooms? Sorry.
Airline designation.
Middle of the
It's above the turquoise and
Oh
below.
yeah, that's the gating area. That's where you wait to go onto your airplane. So it's the largest number because it's the place that passengers wait the longest. It's also the area that we feel that we need to preserve as much space as we can, because it's the area where is the most prone for this airport to have a problem when there's a cancellation or a weather event that forces people to stay that meant to leave or get trapped at the airport. Right now they have a big issue when that happens, and so we really want to preserve as much square footage in that space as we can so that they can deal with those issues when they occur.
And I would argue that the same goes for staff, airline staff, because if there is the same kind of issues that shut down the airport, all the airline staff comes inside. And I only see, like, you go from 1,900 to 2,000 or 2,400. It's not that big of a gap for as squished as it already is.
Yeah. The one additional filter there for things like airline staff is that the airlines have to be willing to lease the space. So there's a filter of what is leasable as well. Part of the programming effort is engaging those leasees and finding out what they're willing to lease.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
I remembered my question.
Oh,
How are
great.
you thinking about accommodating jet bridges? Where does that come up in the design conversation and
Yeah.
what you're thinking about now to either based on which way that decision goes?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we punted to try to make that decision in this phase, and the way we punted it is the current design anticipates that hold room at just about 4 feet above the apron level. And what that lets us do is that lets a jet bridge be set at that apron level. It needs at least 3.5 feet above the apron in order to hold the support it takes to allow it to rotate and shift. And then it can, a typical airplane sill is at about 8 feet, so that lets it then go up from that hold room to serve the aircraft. Or if we didn't have that situation and you didn't have the jet bridge at all, then we're only ramping down either an interior ramp or an exterior ramp 4 feet, which is a very manageable ADA accessible ramp length. We have such a long building, we have plenty of space to do that in a way that is equitable and universally designed, and so that we can get passengers back down to apron level and then they can get up onto the aircraft much like you do today. So that preserves right now the ability to go either direction. As we move through schematic design, if there's a commitment one way or the other, then we can reassess and we could pull the hold rooms up to 10 to 12 feet, which would be maybe a more ideal location for a jet bridge, and then they'd only reach down 2 or 3 feet. But for right now, just to be neutral on the topic for concepts, we kept the apron level and the hold room level in a place that we could go either direction until we get to the end of really this month and maybe the first couple weeks of next month to make that decision.
And does that affect how closely the parking of the plane is to the building?
That's right. The plane parking is on the apron.
Right, but does that affect where the plane parks on the apron based on whether you have a ramp or a jet bridge?
No, they hold the position regardless. One of the goals we had was make sure that whatever jet bridge we put in, it can be as small as possible. Jet bridges, the longer they have to reach, the bigger they get, and so that's why the 4 foot was kind of nice, is it allowed us to plan for a very short jet bridge, because when it reaches, it's only mitigating 4 feet or so of lift. If you put it too high and has to reach really far down, then even when it's just not doing anything, it's just this big obstruction. And so we really want to make sure we're able to preserve those views. So we're trying to make sure that the design is doing everything it can to make sure that when you're sitting in your hold room or you're walking through the space, that you can see as much of the surrounding view as possible.
Bruce?
Yeah, real quick. You've got gates. You said 7 to 9 gates, I thought. And then I was wondering if I saw, we're just seeing double up there. When I saw the planes there, it looked like it went up to 11. Was that something I just didn't see? But it is 7 to 9 is what you're talking about.
There's 7 gates and there's 9 total positions.
Spaces, okay.
2 RONs is what's planned.
All right, we've reached the end of our time together. Let me make sure are there any last minute questions?
So what's our job?
Always to build it, to fund it, to design it.
We're gonna go a quick presentation recapping this.
Okay.
We'll have more time for questions,
all right.
and then there'll be public comment. So we'll have a lot of time for that as well.
And then the AAB will recommend to the BoCC an adoption of a resolution.
Yeah,
for
we
this
will take a
component of
vote
the
on
design.
Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, bravo,
Yeah.
thank you all. I just want to thank the AAB again for joining us today and all of your hard work. And we are going to have a break. We'll be back at 3:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January 13th. We have just concluded our joint meeting with the Airport Advisory Board and are going to have a conversation about our biennial community survey with our Director of Communications, Allison Bektesh. Hi.
Hi. Shall I start sharing my slides now? Give me one moment.
Oh, all of a sudden it's like,
It's quiet in here.
I know.
hear yourself again.
Oh, is that me? I've lost my Zoom and I apologize. But I can do some introductions and place set for a moment. Yeah. How does that look to you? Fantastic. Hi, I'm Allison Bektesh, the Strategic Communications Manager here at Pickens County. We also do have Jason Newmeyer online, and I just want to confirm that. He's the Director of Survey Research from Polco, who is our survey administrator, and can also help answer any questions. Jason, are you able to just confirm we can hear you in the room? Fantastic.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Sorry, Allison, I was just getting added as a panelist, but I'm happy to be here to answer any questions as you work through the slide. Thanks so much for having me here.
Thank you so much. I have an agenda, and you can also stop me at any time with questions. We do have a biennial survey that has been going on for quite some time, so I can give some of you a background from commissioners who haven't been through that, or because it has been a couple years since we've all had this conversation. We'll talk through some methodology for this year's survey. I'll show you some information that we've collected in the past, and would love to lead into a discussion regarding any custom questions you all are looking for, or what we can do with this survey that would help you inform decisions moving forward. And I have a timeline for you. And I think that will get us through it. But again, please feel free to stop me at any time. So we do this biennial public satisfaction survey to better understand the sentiments of our community. It provides longitudinal data to compare community attitudes over time and benchmarks us with other communities. The objective of this survey is to help inform priorities for the county, provide objective data points to understand how satisfied residents and users are with county services. The biennial nature of these surveys started in 2014, but we do have data from previous years as well. I just want to point out that we missed 2020 and went to 2021, so that was a 3-year gap. And due to the extensive public outreach we've had this fall, some of the results of what you just saw with the airport with Vision 2050, we also rotated the timing of this, so we are actually falling into 2026 for this survey. After 10 years, we did go out to bid for survey administrator. The team selected Polco, who Jason is with, for this year's survey. And highlights from this group is that they do have a national community survey instrument. So benchmarking with other rural resort communities, including the city of Aspen and Glenwood Springs, both use this same company. We get ongoing use of an interactive dashboard, so not just a one static report, but we can be playing with any sort of ways we want to look at different data throughout the contract, which is 2 years, and we can continue to use that platform for community engagement or department-specific customer satisfaction surveys moving forward. This is pretty typical, but to walk you through what we're looking at for the 2026 survey, we are targeting a 5% margin of error or smaller. So for our population, that means sending out about 4,000 surveys with the hope of getting 400 to 500 back. Just for reference, the airport survey just got almost 600, and Polco usually gets about 12% return on that, so we're anticipating much higher, but that would be the goal. My team, Community Relations, will be working to create awareness of the survey. There'll be a postcard sent first to randomly selected addresses, so they know to expect the survey, and then they will get a hard copy survey in hand in English and Spanish with the opportunity to take that survey online if they choose instead. So we've always sent within, of course, our county perimeters. With Polko, we also have the opportunity to send to a sub area and get a little more parsed out in some of the geographic borders that we can go by. So this is one of the questions I'll have for you, and you might want to see some of the historical data and come back to this, but just to tee it up, some sub areas that could help would be something like your own district, BoCC districts, caucus districts, neighborhoods, zip codes, some other districts within our county, like school or fire. So we'd be able to parse out a little bit more different community members' opinions against each other. If you want to discuss this more now, I can pause for a moment, or we can bring it back during the discussion portion of this agenda.
You're looking for directions for us to give you some sub areas.
Correct. And seeing some of the historical data might help you realize, oh, if we had that information, but we knew it was from these specific geographic areas, we'd be able to make decisions differently, or I'm happy to have that conversation now.
Jeffrey.
I mean, geographically, one of the areas that resonates with me, given they're probably going to come back for tax questions.
It's a new thing we initiated.
I'm used to sharing. One of the areas that resonates with me is fire districts, given the likelihood of more tax initiatives coming forward in the 2026 election. So insofar as we're reaching out to Roaring Fork Rural, that would, I think, be supportive in some of the activities we may face in 2026 and beyond. So I like what you have on the slide and the way you're thinking.
Can I add to that? Yeah, school districts also overlap.
Yeah.
So it's not just fire. School districts overlap too. Throwing the books at you.
Agreed.
All right, why don't we keep going? We'll come back.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, good idea. This up.
Just for your knowledge and the public's, we do have all of our historical results of our community surveys online under the community relations page. The 2023 results are in the packet should you have 80 pages of time to read, or if the public would like to just see what the most recent results were. But I just want to highlight a couple things for you. Previously, we have created a survey. We've created a survey and we've sorted it by county department and pulled on satisfaction on specific surveys or services that were provided by each department. So I think this process is pretty helpful for short-term priority setting. It doesn't allow for robust longitudinal data if we're asking different questions all the time. Not only that, we were asking people a lot of questions about services they didn't use. So I'm just highlighting a handful of the questions in the 6 or 7 page survey that we went out, where the scale was between very satisfied, very dissatisfied, and there was an option for don't know, and almost always the top response was don't know. So we were asking people for quite a bit of their time in filling out the survey and then asking them about services they may not have used.
You're asking if we want to just scratch those?
Well, I'll bring it back to. So the National Community Survey that Polko puts out has questions that they ask every single time to every single community that they're involved in. And Jason, I might allow you to jump in here to speak about how broadly used that is at this point. This will allow us to ask the exact same question year in and year out and compare exactly to other communities, because we were asking the same question instead of the way we phrased, do you like the landfill? If there's other, more generic phrasing that we can use more as a benchmark. We do still have that opportunity to use those verbatim questions department by department that we have in the past if we want to go to a customer survey directly to people who utilize community development, clerk and recorder's office, assessor. But a lot of people, any of our renters don't have experience with their property taxes, for instance, and we were asking people questions that they didn't know the answer to. Jason, is this a good time for you to jump in just a little bit more about utilizing that National Community Survey?
Yeah, of course. Happy to provide some more details. So the National Community Survey includes 123 different evaluative items throughout the survey. This is going to include about 36 different services that are provided by the county, and we'll be able to include some parenthetical, qualifiers that help residents to understand what we're asking about. But the idea of the National Community Survey is to ask the same question phrased the same way in all communities around the US so that we can actually benchmark your results, as was said earlier, to the entire nation, but also to other resort communities or maybe other counties in the Mountain West, or however we want to subdivide that comparison group. So we have the opportunity to take any questions that you had in your previous surveys and continue trend lines for those that are included on the NCS. But as Allison was saying, we also can take some of those specific topics and either ask them in customer satisfaction surveys following on, or include them in some of our custom questions where we have space on the National Community Survey. So hopefully we can balance those two and provide both solid benchmarking and enough customization to fit your needs. That's our goal.
So I think the short answer, Greg, would be essentially yes. We are saying to nix all of these questions, but there is an equivalent question for most of the general services that we've always asked about. There's an equivalent question in the National Community Survey. And then today, I'd love to hear from you what we have to make sure we ask that is very specific to our community.
Can I ask you a question about this topic?
Yes.
So instead of asking everybody about their taxes, can't we have a section that says, if you own your home, answer the next 10 questions, and then if you rent your home, answer the next 10 questions? We have to ask them to answer everything. Can't we segregate people out according to that kind of demographic?
Should you wish, the people's patience for completing a survey, I think, is low, and as it stands, we're at 5 or 6 pages, which is kind of the recommended max, because this is a printed survey that we then mail, so it's also just a bigger packet, more expensive postage. But I think it's more, how are we going to get the best bang for our buck, and be able to compare sentiment from all of these demographics all at once on very generic items. There are demographic questions on if you rent or own your home as part of this, and so we could see renters seem to think that there is, don't feel that they're getting their bang for their buck out of a service that maybe they're not using. We'd be able to parse it like that still. If there are specific questions that you would want to then tree branch off of, I think there are ways to do that. It's just where you want to spend your space, basically, in this packet.
Patty, and then did you have
Sure. I like doing surveys. And rather than don't know, I think not applicable at the beginning. Just not applicable, because don't know, that means you don't know because you didn't use it, or you don't know because you can't remember, but just it's not applicable, like property taxes would make that simplified. As far as the national survey, National Community Survey, who's all in that pool of information? I don't, myself personally, don't really care what Timbuktu, North Dakota, who might be in the National Community Survey, how they rank their, assessor's office necessarily versus, Routt County. And they might not be in the National Community Survey pool of information. So I don't know how we sort out that, let's do a standard question that people who do the National Community Survey are taking when there might not be jurisdictions that we want to actually compare to. So I'm not certain. I kind of like the way we do it and the information we garner from it and our ability to track back in years from the same questions we have crafted and asked, and how we can simplify the process so maybe we can get more people to participate by, and the misleading don't know. How do you feel about the Board of County Commissioners don't know? Does that mean you don't know because you don't watch the meetings or you don't have any contact? Or, it's that part is that don't know answers kind of a gray area for me, I guess you'd say. So I think we need to do a survey.
Okay, Greg?
I appreciate what Patty was saying. I'm not sure I have the same conclusion you do. I'm thinking, I'm not sure any of these questions really matter a lot to me. If I was filling it out, honestly, look at any one of these questions and see how much is it really going to make a difference to you personally to have that information, and what's the value of the information. So I kind of want to ask us all to take another look at what's the actual value of the information here. And I'm sure, I believe you, that there's some value in it. Right now, I don't want to expand it and I don't want to grow it. I'm thinking if we made it smaller and more succinct, it may get more people may participate. But I kind of wonder if a lot of this information just simply isn't used after we collect it. And I could be wrong, but right now I'm feeling very skeptical about the utility of this, and do we really want to is this worth our time and the county's time to do this?
And I'll clarify that these are the 2023 questions.
Right. Okay.
And maybe the next couple of slides of what
I'm not sure they've improved a lot since, unless you changed them.
So that I can show you kind of what you have learned from the last couple, but I absolutely agree with you that one benefit of going with Polko, so changing the system a little bit, is that we can continue to use that data. I don't know how much the one static report of how someone felt the sheriff's office responded, how quickly they responded if you've never had to call 911. I don't know how much that's been used at the deciding table in the past, but moving forward, basically with every big rock, we have access to the data where we could say, well, what are our Redstone residents feeling about safety and response time when we're looking at anything about public safety in the future. So we're able to keep at it and look at things that might help you inform decisions throughout the 2 years in between, which was one really exciting thing for us as far as continued access to the data on our end.
Before you leave this page, I'd like to comment.
You like
on
this page?
Sure,
go ahead.
This is really unrealistic, these responses. Like, they don't know if there's reliable TV. Give me a break. How many people, you think 46% of people don't have TV, or 45%, what was the one I saw? Quality housing. I mean, everybody says that's their most important thing in the valley, and so half the people don't respond. I think this is people rushing through a survey. Oh, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. I mean, I just simply don't believe some of those don't know numbers, How could you not know about availability of affordable housing?
If you haven't had to look for a house in the last 40 years, because that's how long you've lived
and
here,
you never read the paper, and you have no employees, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like this reflects a lack of engagement with the questionnaire. So how can we make the questionnaire more engaging, meaningful?
If I can jump in a little bit, I think going through these surveys over the years, back to the bigger question of how have we used them, what's been really valuable, right, we have not, I'll be honest, we initially go through every response, but what has been the most valuable is we do that impact analysis table. And that has been, if you'll remember, the last one was, housing and growth are the most important. Those were captured from a couple key questions along the lines, not the level of specificity. And so when we started to go back out to RFP and said, what's most invaluable? Why do we use the survey? What's the value of it? It's the level of detail, to your point, of having a 45-minute survey. If we're not using it, then we shouldn't be asking that of the public, right? But there is information that has been really valuable, that it has informed our mental health approach over the years, from the survey in 2016 and 2018. It informed a lot about the Vision 2050 and your housing ballot initiative. So the survey has been really powerful for how you all have set your priorities over the years, but it hasn't been in all 7 pages of every question, right? So there's some standardized questions, and I think that's what Allison and her team with Jason are looking at, of what are still those big theme questions so we can continue to be looking at, most importantly, longitudinal against our past work, and then also being able to do that impact table analysis of where's the most impact. So again, is it high priority, or
low priority, high passion, that matrix that we've typically used over time. And so I think that's where Allison and Jason are trying to go as we look at the survey for this upcoming year.
And so are you asking, Allison, whether different departments should still submit their own questions or should not? Is that one of the things you want us to talk about?
I'd love for the limited custom question space to be directed by you. We didn't go to specific departments and ask them to submit questions. We do have access to this survey tool for the next 2 years for them to go to their own customers, their own users, or the community at large and ask very specific questions to the services they provide. But for the general community satisfaction survey, we aren't doing those specific because we want to reserve that space for you. And I would like some direction today on some key questions that might help you in that custom question space. And Kara, thank you so much for pointing out that we were always able to kind of highlight the priorities based on this. And this is just some longitudinal managing growth has been cited every time. You will see it was asked slightly differently. So again, just having a formulaic way of asking the question gives us more confidence that we're really measuring the same thing over time. But you'll see like how housing started to emerge, as you said, Francie. It's a known top contender, but it wasn't in 2016. So we do have some of that longitudinal data that we've been able to help show the community's preferences for priority. I'm going to go a little faster through the old data so we can.
Can I add real quick? Departments do look at the results for their department. The sheriff's office does look at, they're concerned about our response times in Redstone, they're concerned about enforcement on Highway 82. So I truly believe that. That's a benefit of this survey to individual departments.
And I think we
And
can
that's a
continue to do
positive.
it, but not by asking the people who don't use those services
That's
if they're
where you have a
satisfied with those
not
services.
applicable column.
Yeah, so that's why we get kind of the best of both worlds and having the continued tool to continue asking those questions, but not for the community at large.
I think the don't know, Francie, you're right, is so vague. But if it's not applicable, it's not because I don't watch TV. A lot of people don't have TVs anymore.
Or they don't use the Pickens County provided television service, and they truly don't know how that service is working.
So it's not applicable to them.
Correct. I like that term a lot, Patty. So I have 3 areas in which I recommend you think about taking up that space for custom questions. One is that longitudinal question that we would not otherwise get some background data. So there's absolutely public safety questions in the National Community Survey. We're not ignoring satisfaction with response time and how safe people feel in their own community. And there's a couple different spaces. How safe do you feel? So we're still getting. We're not deleting all information we used to get. It's asked in a more formulaic way that we can compare with other communities. Such as Aspen and Glenwood, some of our neighboring communities. And Jason, you'll be able to speak to this, but POLCO is pretty prevalent throughout the state of Colorado as well. I'm going to go through each of these separately as well. So any demographic or geographic questions that would be specific to our community, as well as anything that would help you as you set and carry out your priorities for the next 2 years. This is an example of how we used to ask on the left and some questions that the NCS asks on the right, just to help reassure you that the questions we are going to and even the way we're asking is quite similar. So you're not starting again from scratch. I think you'll see results in a way that you've been expecting to see them for quite some time. But we have this added opportunity for some of our neighboring communities and benchmarking. It's funny because 2 things that are not in the National Community Survey that we have always asked about are basically if I'm doing a good job and if you're doing a good job. So like you said, your satisfaction with the elected officials. There's nothing that cites elected officials specifically in the NCS. So that would be a place where you could create a custom question. And I think we always got a lot of good feedback on where people are getting their information and if they feel informed by the county. And that is not specifically addressed in the NCS. So I would recommend continuing questions along those lines. We've also had an open-ended question in years. What are your priorities? What do you hope is prioritized? So an open-ended question could be recommended. Another place I would recommend giving some inches is our specific demographic questions that make us the community that we are. So we are mailing to residential addresses, but we know that the users of the county services include people who do not reside in Pitkin County, maybe part-time, maybe visitor, workforce, so not just residents. So I think it'd be interesting to parse that out, especially because after the mailed survey where we're getting that statistically valid response, we do open at large to a link online so that visitors can start weighing in, so that our workforce and our travelers and part-time homeowners. So finding out who they are in those demographics would be something that not every survey throughout the country is asking, but that's pretty specific to us, and it'd be interesting to see how those different user groups are satisfied with our services.
So can I jump in real quick, Kelly?
Please,
So
go ahead.
specific to what the airport did, they identified those by zip code. So we would ask them their zip code, because that's what the airport did. So it showed the people that responded from outside Pitkin County or outside the valley even. So I think that's really helpful for us to know.
Are we gonna see these questions before you were supposed to talk about it? I mean,
Yeah,
can you
quick,
show
yeah.
us a whole thing of these national,
Draft survey.
yeah, because I'm having a hard time actually getting a sense of how to make choices or give feedback until I see a bunch of their questions.
Yes, they need a little bit of work. We can affect the parenthetical in any given question. So right now we have a very generic set of questions that might include your satisfaction with transportation, and that parenthetical includes subways. We need to delete the word subway, right? So I have some back end editing to do before I give to you, because I don't want you to think that I think there's subways in our community when there's not. And I'd be happy to pass that along, Jason. I think once we do those edits, we can, he's nodding. I don't know if you guys can see him too, but we can pass that around via email or.
And we can come back, maybe when we get to the timeline talk about, we can come back with the final draft survey for you all to look at as it goes out.
Yeah, I want to
Well,
see it too.
I'm confused. You're gonna come back with a final draft before you have input from us? I'm confused.
We can, fair point.
That's
Thank you, thank
the
you.
direction we need to decide on today is if relying on the national community survey sort of as the broad template is the right direction for us, right?
I mean, we see what those questions are.
We
before
have
we can
retained
comment on
them for this use. And so I think it's how many custom questions would you like to add? We could do indefinite, but I think where do you see those gaps, or what would help you with your decision-making process best would be what we could take right now to most effectively have something complete to show you. I realize that it's vague to say don't worry, we have all the right questions without you having seen that, so I'd love to get those in front of you. As I said, the third priority is what would help you. You have a county manager search, and airport modernization, infrastructure projects, funding priorities with federal funding threats. Like what in the next 2 years could you learn from your community that would help either prioritize or make decisions based on some of the big things that you guys have on your plate. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Patty?
I think we need to do the questions that you've already offered as far as our specialized questions as to communication. How do you feel you get information about, because I think it's a big thing for this board, is that we get the public and keep the public involved in decision making and just what's going on in the county. So I think that's an important question. I think it's important, I don't know if you say, do you like your county elected officials, but do you feel you have access to your county officials? And then list the BoCC, the sheriff, because if the people feel they don't have access to the clerk, you'll know how to figure that out. But I think that's an important thing as far as what's special in our community and the priorities. Here's what the Board of Commissioners pretty much has set for priorities, rank them, and use the priorities we have already discussed and see, and then other, if they have the ability to do an other, because somebody may think that dog poop on the sidewalks is their priority, and we can pass that on to the city because we don't really have sidewalks in the county. But those kind of things.
Well, I guess I'm wondering, I wonder if something along, challenges to the general fund. Do we want to get information from the public about how to help us prioritize pressures on the general
county-
fund? You know, yeah, like, you know, expansion of community safety. You know, do we want to hire more rangers at the Maroon Bells out of the general fund, or do we want to put more money into human services out of the general fund? You know, I'm just sort of wondering if those type of.
Yeah, that's a good question, but I don't think people
My
even know
reaction
what
to that is that they're going to say, "Why are you asking me this?"
they're gonna say, what in the hell is the general fund?
Well, I wouldn't phrase
Sure,
it that
so
way,
I
but
mean-
I'm just sort of like, do we have a sense of
How would you
the
prioritize?
community would rather do this with limited resources than that with limited
So
resources?
how would you prioritize
know?
use of county funds?
You know, I don't know.
Not
That's a-
something
yeah, that's a-
broader, I don't know,
That's a good question.
With a list of choices?
something.
That's, I don't know, it's an interesting idea. It's maybe difficult to ask to get the kinds of
I see you, Jeffrey.
answers we want, but it's an interesting idea.
So we just need to craft a question that would give us the information that we're looking for.
And I'm just posing it like, is that helpful?
I think it would be helpful,
know.
Kelly.
Jeffrey.
I actually think I'm on this similar page, which is, but I would articulate it differently. I guess sitting in rural, I'm thinking, what are the gaps in services what should the county providing? So, you know, we have clients that want rural compost services, right? Is that going to hit the general fund? I don't know, but I think I'm saying something similar to Kelly. What are the, right? Because there was a list of services we provide, and citizens don't know we provide those, right?
We don't provide rural composting like at your front door.
Example.
Okay.
Example.
I'm
So
going, we're not
it was.
gonna
I think
pay
it is
for
an
that.
overlap with Kelly's question. I think that is interesting. It is in a limited resource world. What else would you like to see provided with your tax dollars, specifically the general fund? So there's statutory requirements. What else could we be doing to help you?
Yeah, but people, that's a great question, but people don't understand what statutory means. Yeah, or
But also,
general fund.
what if they answer something we can't do?
Well, it
You
happens
know,
all the time.
That's a problem with that kind of question. It's like, you
Jason,
know.
do you have experience with some of these type of prioritization?
I certainly do.
Yeah.
So there's two different kind of alternatives here in front of us. So one of the big advantages, and I think one of the reasons truly that Allison's team picked Polko, is you have the opportunity to continue the conversation with residents past just this one survey. So like, for example, our national community survey usually takes between 12 and 15 minutes to complete, nowhere near like 7 or 8 pages. We try to keep it to 4 to 5 minutes. But then what we'll do is we use the national community survey as kind of the foundation from which we continue the conversation. So you're talking about prioritizing, you know, certain funding streams or things along those lines. We actually have a tool, and you have it available to you through your subscription, that's literally called the Prioritize tool. And we have the ability to assign dollar amounts or points or items to your list of priorities and ask the residents to kind of get into your shoes. And you have X amount of dollars to spend. Here's 10 items, choose 5 of them and rank the priority. We also offer, and I think Allison and I have looked at this together, but we offer a budget simulation tool where we'll take your budget book and put it into a simulation, and individuals can say, I want more of this, less of this. They can read if something is required. You can't go down on this, you can't go down here. And then they can, again, do those trade-offs and understand this is where we need to be. So we need to either increase revenue or decrease spending. So the National Community Survey is kind of like step one, usually in the communities that we work with, set that baseline, set that foundation. And then from there, we continue to engage with residents using some of these specific tools for specific problems or specific questions you have. Hopefully that answers some of those questions.
That's interesting. So like you put a sort of like $100 out there, and then you list some things, and so open space and trails should get 90, and human services should get 1, and that kind of thing.
Yep. And you can even set dollars amounts for those individual items. So we just had a community who built a new park, and they had square footage as one of the items, and they had dollars as another item. So maybe you wanted 10 pickleball courts, but we only had space for 4, right, or something like that. So they had to then make the trade-off and ensure that they weren't spending too much money or taking up too much space that the project entailed.
Wow.
And then ranking them, of course.
Thank God we don't do pickleball courts.
So this is a follow-up question here? after the general?
That's actually a tool we would have access to throughout the contract, which is a 2-year contract. So kind of we could have just as budget simulator on our website indefinitely, or you guys could have a specific budget question if you do need to prioritize, where we go back out in whichever way community relation we feel like we could get the most engagement to the right user groups and start asking those questions, either based on a random sample of residents again, or again like trail users, and the QR code to this engagement tool is at trailheads. So the fact that we get to use them indefinitely, I think I have just screenshots of some of the dashboard indexes that we get, but this can all be public on our website for the public to play with, or for any of us to. This is actually just showing some of the indexing that we'll get from them, but some of the slider tools where you can turn off, everything under 50 and then go to accessibility questions and make sure we are matching the needs of our older population, or any sort of cross-tabulation that we're interested in.
Do we retain, like, when I look at the 2023, there's like aspects of quality of life that should receive the most emphasis, and they have to rank 1, 2, 3. Is that retained in the survey, or is that part of a follow-up?
We will ask about the 10 major, what we have determined, 10 major facets of community livability, and you will get the overall percentage of respondents who say essential or very important to those 10 areas, and we'll actually compare it to current quality. So that quality and importance kind of analysis that you were talking about earlier, we include that in every one of our reports, so you will still get that, yes.
Kelly?
All right, so I think we'll need to move on, but I hear the board requests to see the draft.
Lovely.
And the cost.
That may propose additional
And the cost?
discussion.
Yeah, what's the cost
It's
for
already
the
been
budget?
budgeted.
And is it add-on, or the additional services, which sound really appealing, are they a more expensive option, or how does it all work?
The package we have purchased from our 2025 allocated dollars includes everything we've talked about today.
Okay, so it's all inclusive, all right.
And just one note on timeline, as far as scheduling a time to come back to, hopefully sooner rather than later, is because we did clock into the 2026 year instead of our 2025 year a little bit. We used to be every other with the city. The city is going out with this exact same provider in the summer, so we just want to make sure we are far enough ahead. As you know, we're confused for city government quite often, and I don't want it to make it more confusing. So we're really trying to get this in kind of Q1, and then let the city have their space to ask the City of Aspen residents the same questions.
But do the City of Aspen residents get this from us?
Yeah, 'cause you're still
Randomly
doing
selected residents
Okay.
within the city will. We actually were trying to guess how many people might get both. I have in the past, but it's randomized. Yeah. So we didn't get to the sub area group of some other geographic factors. So we can again do that one other GIS map and make sure we have the right amount of respondents in a different geography to make sure that it's statistically sound. We'd love to take your input and find those custom questions that can fill out underneath the NCS and show you that whole package together. And I think that could probably be, I don't know that needs the discussion. If you want to look at that and then we come back and you can kind of give your final thoughts on what that's looking like. We would like to get materials out and data collecting in February.
Greg, and then Francie, and then Patty.
I was just wondering, is there any utility in combining surveys with the city and doing one survey for the entire community, and maybe there'd be specific questions within it. But why 2 surveys if one could possibly help us? If we're trying to get community satisfaction, I think everyone in the county is in the community. So do we maybe they want to have their own survey, and maybe Snowmass wants to have their very own survey. I'm just wondering if there's something more comprehensive and useful for everyone. Has that been considered?
You know, I think it's in talking with city staff in the past, and I know it's come up at the board table before, but I mean, ultimately, one of the reasons why we've been doing the survey is really to try and get a gauge on throughout the county and the unincorporated and just the different services, right? We ask, and I know a lot of these questions still come through about like human services and the assessor and the sheriff's office and kind of the rural roads. And I think trying to combine that within the municipalities, we'd be losing a lot of the information that's been impactful in the past.
But if we just sent out one survey and everybody in the county answers the county questions, which is everybody in the city, and then there's a section for the city, so that they're just filling out one. I think that's an interesting idea, Greg. I do think you have to give the city a chance on it to have their own services evaluated, but it also might help people understand, Allison, a little bit better who provides what services, you know? Like, if I need support for my food for my family, can I get it from Aspen and Pitkin if I live in Aspen? You know, that kind of thing. Like, I don't know. Just a thought that one that covers everybody, which is everybody in the city and the rural areas, and then a section of it that just is Aspen. You look horrified at that suggestion.
I'm horrified, and I'm a city resident. I want to do my own city survey. Totally.
You would have your own, but it would be.
I just want to make sure that, so combining it you think would diffuse confusion as to who does what?
Maybe, as a possibility.
And one thing I'm very excited about is, and I just pulled up the NCS example of one of the questions from them on the right. It's asked so generically, so I think because we've always asked so specifically, we'll be able to say that. Have you used the mercantile at the landfill? Were you satisfied? And you would kind of know, oh, that's a county thing, not a city thing. But if we're asking, what is the quality of the roads, then I don't think we would be able to tell if they meant in the city of Aspen or as you're getting to your cabin. So I think it is nice to differentiate because the question doesn't change. It will allow us, since they use the same service, by the end of this year to see county residents as a whole are actually quite satisfied and feel very safe. The city's survey showed differently. I'm just making this up. But I think it actually would be interesting to see some of those differentials just based on the population.
Okay.
Can I propose that that you clean up the draft, that you clean up that you need to make, and that maybe this come back on the 27th, because we have quite a lot of time that day.
Can I get my?
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. We need to have a clean draft of what you think the national community survey about the subways. Thank you. Because I don't want to be starting putting in subways, which would be easier because of all the tunnels we have. But it's been suggested in the past. But the other thing is the draft of specific questions that you brought up to the BoCC as far as do you like us or don't you like us anymore? Those kind of questions. I would like to see those drafted as part of it. I would definitely not support combining the city survey with the county survey because people are already confused. And we're going to have people answering the city survey that live in Redstone because it's part of it. It's like people who you give them a ballot and say you can vote Republican or Democrat, and they vote both, even though the directions tell you can only vote one.
I already conceded.
Yeah. I let the city do their thing, we'll do ours, and the time frame is short, and we need to get this turned around and out.
And in the future, this should go back to every other year where
Yeah.
there will be a greater distance of time between city and county surveys.
Yeah, I'm looking at last year's as we're going through this. There was so much on OST, and they do their own surveys. So, like,
We could pare that down.
yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, is that helpful?
That's very helpful. Thank you for the discussion.
But I also, really quick, one more thing, and then I promise, till the next time, is that because of our need to reauthorize Human Health Services, our community health fund, we may want to put a little more emphasis on that to see where the general consensus is in the voting populace in Pickett County.
And I would just ask, maybe when it comes back, understanding a little bit more how that matrix either comes out of this survey or is part of this survey, hearing that that's been useful, and I think it has been useful over time.
And what other communities do the National Community Survey? We're doing that so we can do comparisons across the board. Who are we comparing to?
I think it's interesting to compare.
But do you really
I
care
can
what
tell
happens
you
in
a high
downtown New
level
York
right
City?
now.
You
Oh,
probably
sorry,
have a
go
list
ahead.
of communities that
All
we
right,
can just
Jason,
look
go
at.
ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I can give you a high level right now, and we can go into some more details next time, but we have we have about 450 communities that that are in our national community survey database. And what we can do, you'll get the national comparison. You may not be interested in South Dakota or whatever the comment was before, that's fine. We also have custom benchmarks in this report as well. So you can hand pick those communities that are within our database that fit geographically, demographically, whatever you're looking for. So you'll have both comparisons when we have the final report for you.
Okay. And so part of our homework is geographic distinctions, some open-ended questions, and then we'll review. That's our homework and what we might want to see, and then we'll review what you bring forward to us.
And I think Jeffrey's suggestion about fire district and school districts, because they overlap with our voters and our taxpayers.
I like the
Be a good
BoCC
demographic.
districts because my district is entirely rural. And, you know, you're the city and you're partly the city. I think that the BoCC districts are interestingly divided in terms of whom they represent. I think they're pretty indicative of areas. So I kind of like that one, but.
We can do multiples.
Yeah,
So I
we
think
can do
there's-
You can have one overlay, but one thing I would recommend is, one reason maybe to do that would be, I am not sure that everyone knows what district they're in. And this is actually kind of a subliminal question where the link that they're getting, they're not having to self-select what district they're in. We've decided we want to make sure that there's equal representation in whatever layout we put.
Oh.
So whereas you would be able to answer a question, what town do you live in?
What's your
kind of
zip code?
self-identify, Basalt versus Redstone versus Marble. So this one might be the way to subliminally get some of that if people aren't, since we get a vote generally for all of you, something like that where they wouldn't be able to answer it in a demographic question in the survey is a way to capture more data.
People still think I'm on city council and wonder why I wasn't at the meeting.
I got that this week.
You should be at the meetings. I don't know why you're not.
Okay. All right. More to come.
Yes, we're very
Thank you for
excited
your
about this. Thank you.
patience.
Thank you, Allison.
Okay.
Thanks, Jason.
I do remember poring over these results last time, though.
You were very thorough, I remember.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on it. I found it really interesting, even in it with all its faults.
Thanks, Allison.
I just
We
tend
have
to
a-
ignore the
we
do
have a
not
draft of
knows
our-
and then focus
I
on.
do. I'm
Yeah.
gonna email it to you.
You know.
Well, the
All right, we've run
compilations
over.
were the
Tomorrow.
most significant.
And I'd like to
I didn't get it.
be on the
draft of what?
450 bus
Draft
out
of our-
front if at all possible.
Northwest Cog.
So we're going to discuss salaries for elected county officials. We have packet material, and I will turn it over to Kara Silbernagel.
I'm going to present real quick. It should be on there.
Hi, come on up, Melissa.
Hang on.
How's the dog?
We had a very interesting morning. The dog ate a whole bottle of prescription.
Oh.
pills.
Oh, God.
So,
What,
Uppers,
something that could
downers?
kill her?
I'm not sure if they're uppers or downers.
What's the dog doing now?
He could kill him, but he's all good.
He's okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Did you have to get his stomach pumped?
What's that?
Did you have to go to the vet?
Yeah.
Scary.
Man,
Yeah.
Very
the dog,
scary.
that doesn't
scary when
seem
they do that.
appetizing at all.
No.
So weird.
So
Probably candy-coated tablets.
that
dog
could be
is
something
really
sugar
picky.
related. Yeah.
Well, sorry to hear that. Okay.
Can you get a
Okay.
refill?
Yeah.
So I will kick us off. You all have packet material. We just threw some slides together to summarize the packet. So you all wanted to evaluate the salaries for elected officials and what it would look like as far as if you were interested in increasing the salaries and moving into a different classification system. So we've got a couple of slides. So first, just to set us in kind of the constitutional framework, because as a home rule county, we've got ourselves a little bit in a do loop. So I want to take the time for you all and for the public to set the framework out. So the Colorado Constitution establishes salaries for all elected county officials. And then each county is assigned to a category based on a number of factors reflecting tax resources, workload, etc. That was a change made in 2015 and 2016 in which those categories were established. And at that time, the home rule counties, so Pitkin and Weld, were authorized to set their own compensation rates. So those categories, they were set, and then over time, counties have opted to increase or decrease within those categories, and the state legislative council adjusts the base salaries every 2 years based on inflation. And so the legislative council just came out in November with the updated numbers for each category and where every county is as looking for the 26-27 piece of it. And what I will also clarify is that this only applies at the point of a new term and is only prospective. It doesn't apply to anyone midterm. So any changes, if the board were to move forward, would be as soon as possible for anyone elected in the 2026 election, beginning their term in 2027. So this is an abbreviated version. There's many other categories. I just shortened it because I couldn't fit it all on a slide. So Pitkin County is in 2B, and we were originally in 2C, and in 2023 opted to go up to category 2B. So we are in the same category as Fremont County, and then as you can see, there are other Garfield and Grand and La Plata are in 2A. And then a lot of counties are in the 1A category. And what I would highlight here is that we do have a lot of the Front Range counties are in 1A, but also so are the other rural resort counties. So we've got Eagle, Route, and Summit, and Boulder, who are often comparators, whether it's in salary or other work that we're doing, is often where we're looking at those as peer counties. So I know that has been an interest of if we looked at moving to 1A with our peers in those areas. So for Pitkin County, although the state allows home rule counties to set their own compensation, our home rule charter still sets us back to the state statute. So per the home rule charter, salaries for county commissioners must comply with the state statutory standards. So thus you need to, for county commissioners, comply with the categories and fall within the category framework that is established throughout the Constitution and the statute. For other elected officials, the home rule charter allows the board to set those salaries, and that the requirements are that they must be set no later than the date of precinct caucuses for it to be effective before a term begins. And then the home rule charter also does call out that the board that there should be cost of living adjustments for those elected officials. In general, past policy of the board has been to maintain uniformity using the base salary of the categories for all elected officials, and then has applied the cost of living adjustment for the other electeds. So that would be sheriff, assessor, and I also want to say treasurer, clerk, and recorder.
Could you explain that a little bit more, please? So you're saying that let's say we moved to 1A, everybody would move to 1A, and then we're talking about cost of living between now and the next election cycle or something, whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
You're not saying instead of moving with the commissioners, everybody would move.
Right.
And then after that, we would apply cost of living increases.
Exactly.
Okay,
So in
thank you.
which I guess it hasn't applied, but let's say when the other elected, so the sheriff, assessor, and clerk and recorder came in, we were using, at that time we were a 2B category. All commissioners were, everyone was a 2B. Per the home rule charter and policy, those elected officials have also followed whatever we've given to staff. So they've gotten the 3%
okay.
or 4%. And so that's what I'm talking about
Okay,
would
thank you.
continue.
Thanks.
So did I skip a slide? No. So I will, for making a classification change, there's two, the board, one, can make that classification change on your own for elected officials, just choose to follow it. But for county commissioners, you have two options. It would either be a home rule charter amendment to basically remove the requirement to stay with statutory standards, and maybe you just would do a home rule charter that would set the classification you wanted to be at, or you follow the state requirements, which would be a legislative action. So that requires state sponsorship through the legislative session. There is a certain process of what you have to demonstrate in order to increase or decrease to different categories. And so that's what we have here, is typically that we're really looking at workload, tax base, affordability, complexity, as far as how you might choose to move up or down in the various categories. And so as you look at Pitkin County compared to others, I've got a chart that shows Fremont and then those that are in 1A. While we have a small daily population, a small full-time population, our daily population swells to 30 to 50,000 depending on time of year. Pitkin County has one of the highest assessed valuations in Colorado on a per basis. You all, obviously, I'm preaching to the choir here, but you have some of the most complex and work on your plate. You operate the third busiest airport, along with other enterprise funds that are pretty unique to Pitkin County, right? Healthy Rivers and Streams, Healthy Community Fund, and even open space being one of the first open space programs in the state. Building permits and valuation of building permits are, again, some of the highest in the state, and the complexity of your development and land use codes are all factors that you can lean on for justification for moving and increasing to other counties, and arguably are more complex than even some of the other rural resort communities in Category 1A. So just some quick data points just to show, where Pitkin would fall in comparison with, I only pulled 2B versus 1A here, but so one of the smaller populations, but that says average assessed value. Sorry, that should be total assessed value. I apologize for that.
For $5 billion, I would think.
Yeah, that is not the average. So you can see the population numbers where Pitkin would fall, and then where you can see the total assessed value. These are 2025 numbers of, you've got larger, obviously, with the larger community of Boulder, and then where you fit with the other rural areas, rural resort, and then the approved budget and how Pitkin County falls in comparison with the other rural resort communities. Obviously, once you get to the larger counties on the Front Range, it's on a different scale. And then obviously the affordability of this county is definitely something to be considered as we talk about recruitment and retention for staff is just important as we talk about recruitment and retention, as we know, for our electeds as well. And so all different variables that factor into it, how you might want to consider salaries for the elected officials. So I'll hand it over to Melissa, and she can talk about some additional considerations when we look at it of how we also consider our compensation for staff.
So from a recruitment and retention perspective, I mean, if you think about this as an open position, which we're in that case right now, we want to make sure that we're attracting folks to come in and apply for the position, just like we would for any other position across the county. So having a salary that is commensurate with what you all have to do is going to be really important as we move forward. Also for the sustainability of elected officials coming into these positions. The other really important thing to keep in mind is that when we look at compensation for staff, we look at other communities around, one of them being Eagle County. We've looked at Routt County in the past. We look at Boulder, and then we do a comparison of, okay, what are they paying for X position, and that way then we have an idea of what range we should be paying for a position. So if we kind of apply that philosophy to elected officials as well, it would be in line with what you all approve and what you all support in terms of compensation for staff, which I think would be a really great way to make things consistent. Anything else on there?
So I asked Connie to run some preliminary analysis of if you all chose to move to 1A and what the impact would be throughout the five-year plan to the general fund. So as you can see, for the elected officials, it's a total impact of $280,000 increase, and that's over the 5 years for those 3 elected officials. And again, that's assuming that it would that the change would happen 4 terms beginning in 2027. And then the impact is bigger for changes to the county commissioners. That is a total of $540,000 over the total of the 5-year plan to the general fund. I will note, we just estimated a 10% increase. So in 2029, you would see that increase happen for the 3 other districts that would be up for election in 2028. We did a 10%. It was a 5% increase from the legislative council increase was 5% last year, but it was more through COVID. So just to be aggressive in what we think the future may hold. So overall, if you combine all 8 electeds, it's a 0.5% increase to the general fund in 2027 and 2028. And then over the full 4 years, it's a 0.75% impact to the general fund over that time frame. So just, and I say we've got a lot in the general fund, and I think we can definitely handle it. I think Connie feels we can handle it, but there will be considerations in future years of what the priorities for the board will be. So next steps, and I should rephrase this bullet is not said correctly. So the Colorado Constitution requires for statutory counties that changes be applied uniformly. It has been the board policy in the past that all these changes are applied uniformly to all elected officials, and that you move to categories for all elected officials at the same time. Any changes, as I said, would be prospective only, beginning for terms in 2027. And for Pickens County, for the elected officials, the process would be a BoCC resolution, which would need to be prior to the March caucuses, which the first caucus would be March 3rd. So we would want to see resolution, first and second reading, completed by February 25th if you were to make those changes. And then for county commissioners, as I said, there's 2 options, either a home rule charter amendment in November, or a state legislative change as part of this current legislative session. I will note, I know for sure Dolores County is pursuing a legislative change, and CCI is currently soliciting for other counties. So if you all choose to pursue that option, we would want to jump on it quicker so that you could be part of any efforts that CCI and other counties are doing. In the past, most changes have just happened under one bill. So I think in 2023, there's like 8 counties included in one bill. So really, discussion is up for the board is, do you want to pursue a category change, to which category, and what process would you like to pursue if so?
All right, thank you for your thorough presentation. Are there questions for Kara or Melissa?
Yeah, I just have some comments. I appreciate the work that's gone in here, but I'm seeing all the pros. I'm seeing this is what you need to do, this is why you need it, because it's good. I'm not seeing the unintended consequences or the cons, except for the hit to the general fund. And everybody knows I'm very protective about the general fund dollars. I think the timing of this, when we're not sure what's coming down at the federal level or even the state level for cuts, we don't know. We don't know. Things are frozen and unfrozen and frozen again the next day, or reduced or totally taken out of the picture for dollars we need to put food on people's tables, to provide health care, now for maybe child care stipends, etc. So I'm concerned about the timing of this to give elected officials a raise. And I know the cost of living is high in this community, and but it's high for everybody, and it's high for people making $40,000 or $50,000 a year to put food on the tables for their family. That's a priority for me, rather than to give electeds a salary increase. That being said, I know the board is probably going to move in that direction. I think it should go to a home rule charter amendment, let the voters have a say at that point. If voters support giving electeds or giving the commissioners a raise, then that's up to the voters to decide that. I also think it needs to be noted that the comparison to counties are not home rule counties. There's 3 commissioners splitting up work. And everybody goes, but do they split it up equally? It doesn't matter. There's 3 commissioners splitting up the workloads. We have 5 commissioners splitting up our workload. You ask Summit County, are their issues not complex? They're going to say, yeah. I mean, all the counties in their own territory think their issues are complex, and for good reason, because to them they are, like ours are to us. The population issue, our population growth factor in 2050 is actually, we're going to decrease in population of Pickens County. So I think that's of interest to compare us to a county that's got 60,000 people year-round. They also have bumps like Summit and Eagle during holiday times. So their issues accelerate during those holiday times just like ours. So I just am concerned about comparing us to communities that are somewhat like us but somewhat not like us at all. So I have a concern there. I don't know where to land on, is there a fairness here? And to say we're going to recruit highly qualified candidates, there are no qualifications for any of the elected offices. You don't have to be in law enforcement to be a sheriff. You have to take training after you're elected. There's no qualifications for clerk and recorder. Experience is preferred. Same thing with the assessor. A lot of the qualifications and courses and certifications come after the fact. There are really nothing for BoCC. Nobody, I think, enters into the realm of being a county commissioner knowing what in the heck county commissioners do and how much work we do. And we do a lot of work. So, and we do a lot of work. I actually had to go to payroll and find out how much I make, what my salary is, because when I took this job, I did not take the job for the money. I took this job to serve my community. So that being said, I know that there's probably 3 votes on this, 3 directions from this board to move this forward. And I think if you do so, I don't know if going to the top category right off the bat is a fair way to go, but I think that going for a home rule charter amendment should be done, and let our voters decide whether or not they support giving the county commissioners, because it would only be for county commissioners for home rule charter, right? The other 3 elected offices follow the state statutes. So, and if we needed, I'm not going to go down to CCI and lobby for this, just let everybody know ahead of time. I'm going to work on things right here at home. So that is my position. And again, I appreciate the effort. I've been through this before, and I wanted to actually move up. Many, many years ago, it was Michael Owsley who very philosophically told us, why are you giving yourselves more money? And it got squelched at that level, and we did not at that time. I think looking at what we do, it's a lot of work. I think the community, some of the community recognize it, and some of the community have no clue as to how much work we actually do here. And at this table and beyond, at a regional, a state, and a national level, we work hard. So that is my position, and why
Thank you,
As of right now, I can't support giving elected officials an increase in salary, especially the Board of Commissioners.
All right, other questions or comments? Jeffrey?
So I think I'll go through a little rationale. I'm going to probably echo some of the comments already made, but I think a few corrections. So, for example, Weld has 5 commissioners and is in 1A. So it's not unheard of to be home rule and in 1A. And the budget of Weld is larger than that of Pitkin County. So I agree on that front, but
Yeah, but most of the, can I just?
No.
Okay.
We're going to let everyone have their
so
opportunity to put their comments.
currently Fremont, which is who we're bucketed with in 2B, has a budget of $66.7 million.
6.7?
$66.7 million. So again, here's Weld, 5 commissioners, 1A. Here's Fremont, budget that's like 1/4, 1/5 of what Pitkin is. So I would echo the comments by both Melissa and Kara that the workload complexity and the risk is comparable to other top tier resort counties like Route and Eagle that are in 1A. I'll stop there.
Can I just have a point of clarification?
Oh, and sorry, I would.
I would like everyone to get their comments out,
listen,
and then
directly
we can go back
to his-
around.
Let me finalize with one point. I would not agree. I would direct staff actually to go down the CCI route and work with our delegation to introduce legislation to change the county's category for the purposes of elected officials' salaries. Sorry, thank you, I'm done.
Francie?
So if we do a charter amendment, that has to go on a ballot? That's a ballot question. That was my question.
Any other comments?
I'm going to support this. I think it's important for the cost of living in this county to have county commissioners who can approach it like a full-time job and live a reasonable life doing the job.
Thank you. Greg, any comments? Or I can give mine.
I'm listening to what everyone's saying. I appreciate Patty's comments about home rule charter versus legislature. I'd love to hear Jeffrey's rationale for why going to the legislature instead of home rule charter amendment on the ballot. If you want to share that, I'd just love to understand what your perspective is. We've kind of been given the opportunity to go to the top tier. Is there a middle ground that could still move us in the right direction, or we just want to go to 1A and leave it at that? I'm still asking that question. I don't know.
I mean, I'll give some
Yeah, go
my
ahead.
comments and maybe some rationale, and once everyone has their opportunity, we can go back around. I do think it makes sense that if we are recruiting and retaining, a 400-person staff through comparisons of other areas in the state, that it makes sense for us to align with that in our own elected official recruitment as well. I think waiting to run a home rule charter effectively puts off for 2 years the opportunity that the salary increase creates for recruiting, frankly, our two open seats and great candidates for that. By making this decision now, we have signaled to the community that we want to recruit high quality, competent, talented individuals who are ready and willing to dedicate their efforts towards a full-time job. I look at myself as a bit of a cautionary tale. I don't make 100% of AMI for my household composition. I'm the mom with young kids. That's a little bit different than I think what may or may not be recruited to these positions based on the salary offered. And I've had to take a second job, and I do think it has affected my capacity and ability to dedicate as much time and commitment and effort and diligence to this position. I'd like for that to be a learning experience and have the next person be able to fully dedicate without having to have as many of the considerations for reacting to our cost of living in this valley. So that's just my personal perspective. I think that for our elected officials like sheriff, assessor, clerk, they are running full-scale departments. They should not be, their salaries should be commensurate with how we assign salaries for other department heads in our county. And if that's, looking at comparisons for Eagle, Summit, Route, Boulder, it's 100% appropriate that they are getting paid commensurate to what their colleagues are in that county is as well. So those are just some of my thoughts.
Thank you.
And Greg, go ahead.
No,
We're going to
go
go
ahead.
around.
And
Okay.
mine was just a point of clarification. In our budget number, does that include our capital projects?
No, I asked Connie only to share as a total of all general fund wages.
Okay,
so
so
that
it's-
increase is only
So
on.
300 million.
Oh, sorry. The your budget. Yes, that is total.
So if we take out capital, what is our general fund budget hit to? See, that's a different
Our budget
number.
last year was 258 million.
Yeah, so that's a different number than the number that was given to us here. The other thing is, you're right, Weld County is a 5-county commissioner county. They're in the upper bracket. I don't know how their general fund stands. I just think the hit to us, they're a different colored county than we are. And I think we have great concerns as to what's coming down at the federal and the state level. Again, I'm going to reiterate that I would rather be prepared to be able to fund our community's well-being as a whole rather than to fund the elected officials at this time anyway, again. So you know where I stand, and I think the Home Rule Charter it would allow us to hear from our voters as to how they feel. And the second job thing, I kept a second job. I did not let it interfere with my elected job. And I did so because you're only in office for 4 years, technically. You have to be reelected. You have to, get your job back every 4 years. You have to have something to fall back on. So that's one of the reasons I'm out of office in 52 weeks from today. And I kept my second job so I have an opportunity to have some kind of income when I can no longer be a county commissioner. So maybe we should look at term limits. And so if we're going to attract I would like to see young, qualified people apply, but they can only be in office if they get elected 3 times for 12 years. Then they have to take 4 years off, and it's a hard 4 years off. I had to do it. It's very hard to survive that way unless you have some kind of backup job. So that's another thing to think about.
I'll weigh in on how we should do it. I agree with you. I think we should do it so that it will apply to the 2 new commissioners we'll have. And so if that means doing it through CCI, that's what I would be in favor of.
Why would it be 2 years for the Home Rule Charter amendment? If we amend the Home Rule Charter
anyone who
and
decides to run now
Oh.
wouldn't know what their salary will be until the date that they would be elected, and so it has a disincentive to recruiting. Maybe not a disincentive. There's no additional incentive right
Okay.
now for people to.
So it's
to
that time
declare
frame you're looking at.
candidacy.
What would be if it's legislative? When would we know if the legislature was going to move forward? Is that an unknown right now too? Because they've got to declare here in the next short period of time.
They're working on it. So, within the legislature ends on May 13th. I think in the past we've seen these bills pass kind of right after mid-session, typically. So around that.
What's the filing date for candidates for Pickens County
April
Commissioner?
13th, I think.
So the other electeds, though, we'd have to give them their increase now before the
No.
caucus?
Let me just make a point of clarification. So if you were to pursue the legislative change, and if you wanted to pursue a change for the electeds, you would, regardless, you need a resolution. So you would need to move forward with a resolution to meet the elected officials' time frame. You need to have that resolution by the end of February, which I would, if you were to pursue the CCI, if there's direction today, we can have direction and work with CCI now, and would suggest moving forward with a resolution all together to meet those timeframes.
That's where the deadline is, the resolution.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
I think you have direction from 3 of us, but I don't know where Greg is at.
I think I'm going to go along. I appreciate Patty's arguments. But I also am just trying to look at, one, the other elected officials and then future commissioners. I want to make this something that's not as much of a sacrifice in hopes of getting a broader field to come in. And that's really all the reason I think I need. But I definitely want to take care of the other electeds as soon as we can. And so that does seem like the fastest way to do it, most expedient way. So I'm in.
Just one.
And I respect you, and I'm glad we've dedicated
and
$1.5 million for our 3-year resiliency fund.
Well,
for
I
human
kind of knew where, you know, you gotta still fight the battle even though you know you're not gonna win the war. In talking with the clerk's office and talking with Ingrid, and in looking at what her staff gets paid, I would like us to consider at some point changing their pay level, because they are the frontline people. They are the ones in the office, and they're the ones, they're gonna see their boss getting a raise, and they're still stuck at not a really good wage for the work they put in and the fact they have to be in the office, and they're the front line, and they can't close on Fridays or Thursdays at this point anyway, because they provide such an essential public service on a 5-day a week. So I would like the board to look at that.
I'm a big fan of the clerk's office and all
I
those.
know, so I think that's of importance. If we're gonna give their boss a raise, we need to look at some compensation adjustment for those staff workers in that department. I think that's critical, because it happened in the assessor's office because of what they do, and I think it's appropriate to happen in the clerk's office.
And we have included that in the 2026
I think
budget
that's
as far
a
as
really
that
key issue. Thank you.
classification, including those employees.
And thank you for letting me vent, and I kinda knew but I was up nights thinking about this and thinking about the fairness, and hopefully that the federal government will stop picking on blue states and cuts to the people who need the help the most. And that's where I myself would like our dollars to be in reserve to help the people who need the help the most. But
Thanks, Patty.
So we will
come forward with a resolution in coming weeks.
Yeah, we will work on a resolution for the first reading on January 28th.
Okay.
And just a clarification for seeking change for 1A, correct?
1A.
Okay.
So no consideration of a not going all the way to the top. Okay.
All right. And I want to just thank everyone that conversation. I was a little nervous about the collegiality of that conversation, so I'm just grateful for everyone. Thank you. Let's review future agendas and then board open discussion.
Just real quick with future agendas.
Please, go ahead.
I passed along my ACRA conflict dates. Jeffrey, I sent it to you for your folder. I also sent it to Amy, to parties that needed it. Maybe Amy didn't, but Jeanette and Sam, so we don't have that conflict moving forward in 26. In 26. I do have 27 on here. I'm already into next year. The other one, I think Jeffrey clarified for me, there was a Northwest Cog QQ update, which I knew nothing about, but it's QQ technically. It's Northwest Cog QQ that's going to be coming and giving a QQ update, because I'm like, I'm vice chairman of COG and didn't even know they're coming to my community. So that's on February the 10th. So those are the only things I have right now
Here we go.
as far as future agendas. Thank you.
This is for you.
Okay, other future agendas. We
Oh.
decided we were going to bring back the survey, draft community survey, in 2 work sessions, because we won't give time for Allison to get it in the packet on the 27th. Are there other, you all would have discussed all this, so I'm looking to Jeffrey and Francie for any input on future agendas.
I will maybe just note one clarification that isn't made is Greg and Patty will both be out on February 3rd because you will be doing the airport visits. And so I am not sure if the Vision 2050 project update will be staying for that day. I think they're going to look at moving it to a different day.
That's a
That makes sense.
Friday, Thursday?
Tuesday.
I thought we were going the end of the week.
Maybe I'm missing it. Maybe Francie and Greg. I'm missing
Yeah,
two
no,
commissioners will be out
We're
on
supposed to
the
be going
3rd.
to Jackson, I think the 5th and 6th.
No, you go to the very end.
No.
You guys go the end of February.
We go the very end of January.
Yeah, you're
January.
the
I thought it was
Jackson
3rd and
are
4th.
3rd and 4th, or 2nd and 3rd.
That's what I had.
I have on Monday and Tuesday.
Right.
At Bozeman, the 29th and 30th.
That's you too. Jackson Hole, you too.
I thought we were the 5th and 6th. Let's verify that.
2nd and 3rd, I will verify.
Maybe I got moved.
Tell me
Okay.
those dates again.
So, just to repeat,
Oh, yeah, I have it.
sorry,
29 and
Kelly.
30.
The 29th and 30th is Bozeman, which will be a Thursday, Friday. And then, so that's Francie and Jeffrey. And then the second and third, Groundhog Day.
That's when we're
would
going
be
to Jackson.
Patty and Greg for Jackson Hole. So you'd be missing the Tuesday, February 3rd work session.
And we're traveling on Groundhog Day. Come on, I don't
They
wanna
were
go.
very specific about their dates. It was interesting.
Yeah.
And I think you should have been, there should have been a reach out from Diane Jackson regarding FAA clearance for those visits.
FAA clearance? You have to have special clearance? What was it?
For back of house at Bozeman and Jackson. And that was as of today with Diane.
Did you guys get that in Portland, or don't you just, if you're accompanied by somebody, aren't you good? At our airport, we don't have to have clearance, we can go back a house if we're accompanied.
This was as of Diane today. I'm just.
No, I didn't get
Routine.
anything from her
Can
about
follow
that.
up.
All right, you guys need a packet for preparing your airport visits,
Yeah.
I think. And IDs and which color pajamas to pack and all.
I guess we're probably gonna get stuck somewhere in the middle of winter, and it's probably gonna be somewhere we're gonna need a couple of pairs of pajamas by the time we can get out of there.
Okay, other future agenda.
One thing we talked about was having Matt Yamashita come and talk in general, but also about safe passages before we have the presentation or discussion about safe passages. So have you guys been able to get in touch with him? I know it's only been one day.
Ryan reached out and left a voicemail, so
Oh.
I don't know if he has heard back. But we did toss out potentially the 27th or February 11th as potential dates.
Other future agenda.
Did we have something else that we added yesterday? Or something? What was it? I guess Kara would have it if it was something.
Those are them. I don't have any other.
Can you share a February 11th future agenda with me when you get a chance, please?
Yes.
That would be my last day.
Yes.
Or last official meeting. Okay, open discussion. We have, let's see if there's other quick open discussion, and then we're gonna move on to discussion of the vacancy interest
Okay.
form. Is
I'm
there
not
any
gonna make your
other-
bus.
What?
You're not gonna make the bus.
You never know, I got 7 minutes.
I'd be
Give you a
happy to
ride.
give you a ride.
Yeah, I have an open discussion.
Buttermilk
The
for
email we got from Betsy Bear with Congressman Hurd. Do you want to fill in the gap on that? Because we need to discuss that as soon as we can, and
Lindsay has given me initial talking points and some that some other counties are doing. I apologize, it got behind today. I can circulate it tomorrow and follow up an open discussion tomorrow with the board to submit.
at 8 o'clock at night after we get through our agenda.
And I did reach out to Betsy and just said that it's going to take some time, and she said we've got a little bit of time.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, I do see Charlotte sent us this annual letter of support for the CMC COSI grant. She said she'd be available for open discussion today, but I don't know if we
She
need
is
her.
on. I can give you all a brief update. I don't know if you all have seen it. I have hard copies. This is a letter the board of support provided a letter of support to Colorado Mountain College Foundation in the past for the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship. So they're requesting a letter of support, and maybe if Charlotte's on, we can promote her. My understanding is that
I'm gonna be expeditious and see if we have to.
I think the one process thing is we're getting information that this would potentially be a resolution on tomorrow's board meeting for consideration. Charlotte, is that correct? Can you just talk process real quickly with us?
The note from Charlotte says, the process changed and rather than a resolution, we sign a letter of support.
And I had a follow-up text that then
Okay.
went back.
So our open discussion will be at 9 o'clock, not at 8 o'clock, because we're gonna keep adding to our agenda for tomorrow. Okay, be prepared. It's a long
I
way.
think it's gonna be a long
What'd you
day.
say?
We're adding more things to our agenda for tomorrow.
Charlotte, go ahead.
Yeah.
You can't, you'll have to unmute.
Okay.
There you go.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay. So yeah, apologies for the cozy reso and the confusion there, but I just received that today, and their grant is due on January 25th. So sorry, you can't. Just realized you can't see me.
Okay. Do we need to do this
Anyway,
by resolution, Charlotte?
So Jeanette will walk those documents in tomorrow, Jeanette or Kara, and I will be online to answer any questions. Thank you for that. And then the APSHA decisions have not been made by the City Council, so I'm monitoring that. Linda Manning still has to be interviewed by them, and I'll bring that back to the board for an update as soon as council makes a decision.
So we don't make our decision until we hear what their decision is? Why can't we make our decision before
Well,
their
you can
decision?
make the decision, you can give your input, but it has to be a joint agreed appointment.
Well, I understand that, but why do they get to make their decision before we make our decision? Why can't we make our decision?
Well, they're going through interviews right now.
Oh, okay.
So that's why
They're not done with their interviews, okay.
we're just waiting to hear what they're gonna do.
Okay.
I think we could probably rank our candidates and let the city know if we wanted and see how that lines up with their.
I kind of know, I watched the interviews, and thank you for the link, Charlotte, I really appreciate that.
Okay. Do we want to talk about APSHA appointments right now? You prepared?
Well, after looking at the interviews, I think, is it Jackie Matthews? She was the last person.
yeah.
Brought some different perspectives I thought were very interesting, would be a great voice. I also really appreciated Jim Pomeroy, so I'm kind of weighing those two at this time. I appreciate the other three applicants, their positions, their interest, but Jim and Jackie kind of rose to the top for me, and I'll see where the board.
And so you would bump
Yeah.
Peter from his alternate spot? Because we're
Oh,
appointing
yeah,
one regular.
definitely. He would go to the alternate, he would bump, this would be the alternate position, and we would take Peter, right?
Peter is currently the alternate.
We put him into the full, yeah, oh, definitely,
Okay.
yeah.
Is anyone else prepared to?
Well, I
weigh
was
in?
going to review tomorrow morning, but I did like Jackie Matthews, though. I thought I really appreciated her knowledge of APSHA and her knowledge of financing for people who want to be in APSHA. I mean, she was intelligent and coherent, and I think she'd contribute well to the board. But I haven't reviewed the other ones yet.
All right, well, let's revisit when everyone's prepared.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I'll do that. I want to look at a couple of them again.
Okay.
I could go today, but in deference to Francie, I will wait till the next opportunity.
Okay, we have time. Thank you.
We'll add it to next week's agenda. How about that?
All right. Anything else from Charlotte for today?
I think that's
Okay.
it.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Thanks, Charlotte.
You might want to be here, you might want to stay for a minute, Charlotte, because we need to
Okay.
talk about our representative to APSHA before we confirm our appointments tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't you think?
What do you mean, our
I
representative?
thought we would talk about it tomorrow, but
Well, that's all right, if you want to talk about it
You mean the
tomorrow.
BoCC representative?
Yeah.
just replacing all of my appointments.
I will give a brief update. I think we've revised the resolution for tomorrow, so it just says District 2 in your committee appointments. So you all can discuss that during your
District 2? What do you mean?
Kelly's sister.
whatever committees Kelly was sitting on, we
Yeah.
have it as District 2 Commissioner, whoever you choose to appoint.
Oh. Well, that's a lot for somebody.
We should review that.
I mean,
I
Why
think
don't
it
we
should be
discuss it
discussed as part of that reso tomorrow.
Yeah.
okay, I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Then we can make, maybe.
Okay.
Happy to.
Any others, or should we move on
Yes,
to
the party tomorrow night, do we have, is it okay if several of us go?
Yeah, we posted it.
Okay. Is anybody else going?
Inglewood?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I'm not. I wish I was. but
What?
I
It was
can't.
so fun last year.
I'm heading
To
down with.
what, Francie? I didn't.
You were there last year.
I know, but
The elected officials party at the
down
hotel.
in
in Glenwood.
Diamond Springs, yeah, it's a great party, but
I mean, yeah, tomorrow night.
what time is it tomorrow night?
It's from 5:30 to 7.
We will probably still.
We'll be late, but.
Or
yeah.
we'll be sitting here in this room.
Yeah. But
We'll do it
Yeah,
remotely.
I was planning to go until I saw the agenda for tomorrow.
I'm gonna go directly from here if it's reasonable to get there on time. Okay? And you don't
Okay.
know?
And
You're
it's been
thinking you will?
noticed.
I'm in the same meeting, so I'm happy to go down. I mean, if we.
It's really a good event.
No, if we leave here at a reasonable time, yeah. I'd
You
love
leave
uh,
here
to
at
go.
6, you'll get there in time to greet everybody as they're going to their cars.
I'll grab Ming's and call it good night, yeah. Grab Ming's.
I'm not
Glenwood.
convinced we're gonna be here as long as you. But, okay. Is there other open discussion? Otherwise, we'll dive into the vacancy form.
Let's go to the vacancy form.
All right, thank you for putting this together so quickly.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Kudos to HR and community relations staff. So we've grabbed a couple details about the role of the commissioner at the front of the form. This is not all the information, but wanted you all to see how we were talking about the role of the commissioner and responsibilities. And then the timeline that we have outlined, which is somewhat to future agendas, is we would bring the list of candidates to you all at the February 10th meeting, and then interviews on the 17th with an appointment on February 25th. And then moving through the form, just kind of go high level here for you all to see, is we have included, confirmation of living within District 2 for 1 year prior and through the rest of the term, confirmation of registered voter and any affiliated party as it may be applicable. And then some of the questions we added in is what are the top 3 issues? So I'm on page 5, so sorry, I'm skimming quickly. What do you think are the top 3 issues facing the board over the next 10 months, next 5 years? Why are you interested in being appointed to District 2 Commissioner? What skills, assets do you bring to the board knowing the issues and priorities that you've identified to the board for the next year? And then asking, similar to the citizen board, asking for a copy of the resume and just some confirmation statements in the past.
I have a question. Gonna make Kelly jump in. It says before, what is your affiliated party? It's blocked out. I don't know what the question is. That are you registered to vote?
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's not.
Next page
Okay,
also.
sorry, I think this is the preview mode.
Okay, so that's where that should be. The other one I thought we were gonna ask is, have you been involved in any county volunteer boards?
I'm just checking right now. That is the question above. What do you think are the top 3 issues?
Okay,
So sorry
thank
that
you.
did not print in, but that is the
And what's the one on the last page above that?
Yeah, I accept or
do not
don't
accept?
accept.
Yeah,
What what's that one?
What are
Accepting?
we
or-
accepting or not accepting? That's a good question.
Melissa has it.
You're accepting, by accepting below, you verify that all the information is accurate to the
Okay.
best of your knowledge. And you may be asked to interview with the Board of County Commissioners in a
Let me
public
go-
forum.
Jeffrey had his hand up.
But you guys keep jumping in, so I'm on. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
So, the appointment date should be 2026, February 25th, 2026, not 2025. And then, on page 2 of 7, should read 2026, that first paragraph. 2 of 7 at the top. The appointment date's February 25th, 2026.
No,
Oh.
that's when you
That's
had to
the
live
date.
here.
That's just
prior-
putting a date as far as
Prior to the appointment, oh, so that's the date?
you have to have
That's
lived in the,
confusing.
the district.
And then, and the
Yes.
related is, why do we have the 2 questions about January 12th, 2027? Will you continue to reside in the district? And if you're appointed, are you gonna serve? Or,
It's probably a duplicate we could
they're
remove.
2 different questions,
Yeah.
but I'm just questioning, do we need both of them?
Let's keep the second
Well,
one.
you might have someone who moves, and then you might have someone who quits.
Or you might have somebody
sort of
who
like-
wants
you
to
ever-
do interim but not serve the whole term, but not run.
Well, the interim ends.
But it ends on
Yeah,
January
it-
12th.
yeah.
But I'm just,
We could ditch one of those.
I'm confused why you have 2 January 12th questions.
I think,
Are they serving their purposes?
yeah, my recommendation is I think the one on page 5 is probably more important to have someone validate rather than residing, but are they willing to continue to serve throughout the term? So we can scratch.
No, but they
No,
need to
they're very
continue to
different
reside. That's
We need both?
fundamental. I think
They
we
don't
need
hurt.
both.
This is all prerogative of things you want to know.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Jeff, Craig.
From the top, I'd like to know a little bit more about why they're interested. And top 3 issues is great, but we could do top 5 or top 6 issues, or I'd like to expand that. And then,
the interview.
what are the top 3 issues, and then what are the, they're the top 3 issues facing the county, but then what are their particular interests? I'd like to drill down a little bit, if we can.
That during the interview would probably be
Well, they
appropriate.
could also list it for us, so it could help us.
You mean
know,
like
during
in
the
their
interview.
private lives or for the county?
Well, there's the county's issues. What are the top issues facing the county? And I'd say, let's go to top 5.
Yeah.
Add some more. 3's not enough for me. And then, do you have a particular interest? You yourself have a particular interest, like, is there a bone to pick? Do you have an axe to grind? Do you have a specific?
Why are you interested?
Okay, but can we get them to list perhaps a few, can you give us the top 3 to 5 reasons you're interested? Just to try to get them to expand on that a little bit. I don't think it adds a lot of, it doesn't cause anything onerous. It's just trying to expand a little bit on the question. I'd love to see a list. What do you think are the most important things to you? What are the most important things that you perceive to be to the county? It just helps us understand them.
Can we?
I think that's covered in what are the top 5 priorities. It's not saying what did the county pick as top 5 priorities, what do you pick as top priorities?
Where are you looking at that?
That's the one you just said you wanted to change it from 3 to 5.
It says, what do you think of the top 3 issues facing the county, the board?
Yeah, well, that would be
So
theirs,
let's
not
expand that to
ours.
5. Well, no, actually, I looked at that differently. So, if you don't understand, that's fine. I just wanted to get a little bit more. If we can have them take the time to elaborate a little bit on those 2 questions, I'd be happy, however you want to phrase it.
We can look them up.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm good.
I think it's good the way it's written would give us I would change it to 5, though, Greg.
I agree with Jeffrey about the February 25th, 2025 on page 2 out of 7. I think you should take that date out because it appears later that you ask them later, have you lived here since then? And it is a little confusing up there. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you for putting that together so quickly.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's great. And then just let us know, when does it go public? Tomorrow?
So it has been added to the agenda for tomorrow. I don't know if we have an updated agenda printed here.
At some point.
It already went out.
I don't know if it's the one that's printed right
here. It went out before noon.
Okay,
so.
so it's been added to the agenda, so we will have this review and we'll walk through process and timeline with the public, so the public's aware.
Great.
I just might suggest that on the 25th, appointment of commissioner at regular meeting, and like either then oath of office or, oath of office taken immediately after the appointment or something like that. Just so that we recognize what their first
Then we
day
have to book a
is.
judge.
And that the judge needs to be available to swear them in on the 25th.
When I was sworn in the first time, there was a huge cake for George's retirement. You probably made it.
I did. I did.
So, I have a
Once upon a time, I made all commissioners cakes on their birthday.
I have a point of clarification. I'm confused now as to what we're doing about the January 12th, 27 date. I think it's different than you have to continue to live in your district to that date. And so what are we eliminating, or because we think it's redundant, or?
I heard I know there's some concern, but I heard direction that we're keeping both questions in.
Okay, I want to keep both questions in. Okay, want to make sure I wasn't getting myself confused.
And then I might just amend, what is your affiliated party to what is your political party affiliation?
I like that change, Carl.
Just more like lingo.
Don't look at me, Jeffrey.
No, I'm looking at Kelly. So on January 14th, after commissioner comments before the consent items, Discussion on process for filling Board of County Commissioner vacancy has been publicly noticed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Is there any further open discussion?
No.
Hearing none, we will adjourn our work session and see you all tomorrow. for regular voting
And bring
session.
snacks.
After the survey.
I don't know why you think it's gonna be so long.
Relaxing requirement.
It's just gonna take us a long time to get to the agenda. Two
Well, we have two
proclamations, this discussion, yeah.
I've asked for shorter
Minutes will go
proclamations.
fast.
I
And we're
put in
adding,
requests.
our conversation about
Yes.
appointments will take longer, but
We're adding the
tax,
community college CMC thing, we're adding,
I don't know. I think all of our action items, we don't have any land use.
See if we want to change.
I give you permission to fly
requirements.
tomorrow.
Our emergency
Okay, I'm just writing
resolution
back
Fly.
to the
for
person who wrote
Missouri.
about their house. I don't know if you saw that.
See how quickly we can get through it.
Yeah, so I'm like writing back to
I think
say,
it'll go.
we've brought it up, we're gonna be discussing it after
Okay.
the, what's it called? Study? Assessment, what the hell was it called?
I think
What
I
are you
might
talking
leave this
about?
airport packet here
The,
tonight.
remember we
Oh,
talked,
the impact study.
impact study, yeah.
Yes.
Hang on one sec.
which impact study?
Maybe I'll take
On
Housing?
whether or not you have to
Bring
have
it back.
had an STR license before
Oh.
2019, that thing.
Because changing that date opens it up again to people to. I think we did that date for a reason, that was to cut it off.
Just talking to Nicole about it.
Thank you, Kara.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Melissa, for hanging in there. Allison's still
Hey,
in
you're
the
back.
house.
Do you
We changed
want
our
a ride
mind.
today?
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, yeah, I can give you a ride, and Kelly if she wants one.
Yeah, I need a ride to,
Buttermilk, did you say?
Okay, I'm going to run errands.
Do I have time to run upstairs?
I'll see you all soon.
Yes.
I'll just wait down here until.
I'll be right down. I'm just gonna drop some stuff upstairs and be right back.
Okay, see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Again.
Oh, thank you.
It's a really cute little town.
It is a really
There's a
cute
lot
little
of
town.
churches.